Salut Monsieur Idriss, comment vous allez? Salut à tous, j'espère que vous allez bien. Merci de tapoter le live pour qu'on puisse augmenter en visibilité. S'il vous plaît, tapotons le live. Merci et bienvenue à tous ceux qui viennent d'arriver. Alors, je ne sais pas si le sujet du live est visible. Aujourd'hui, on parle de thèse doctorale en Afrique. Donc, j'espère que vous avez passé un agréable dimanche et que vous êtes prête à affronter la nouvelle semaine. Et puis, ce sont les vacances aussi. Donc, venez nous dire qu'est-ce que vous planifiez pour les vacances. Donc, j'espère que vous allez bien. Voilà. Donc, le sujet du live, il est là. J'ai introduit le sujet dans notre communauté WhatsApp hier. Et on a eu beaucoup de belles contributions. Il y a beaucoup d'informations dont je ne savais même pas concernant le PhD en Afrique. Donc, pourquoi est-ce que les personnes font le PhD en Afrique? Hey, salut Hervé, je vais très bien. Et toi-même, comment tu vas? Ça fait un bail. Donc, je peux avoir le lien de la communauté WhatsApp. Oui, bam, oui, c'est facile de nous rejoindre sur WhatsApp. Vous cliquez sur le lien qui est sur ma bio, n'est-ce pas? Si vous cliquez sur mon nom Black Warriors et que vous allez sur ma bio, il y a un lien qui s'appelle beacon.ai/africatech. Lorsque vous ouvrez ce lien-là, vous aurez une autre page, n'est-ce pas? Avec le lien de notre académie, de WhatsApp, de Telegram, le site web également. Donc, un seul lien qui va vous ramener sur beaucoup d'autres liens, en fait. Et vous allez être capable de rejoindre la communauté WhatsApp en un clic. Donc, si vous êtes capable de nous retrouver sur WhatsApp, venez ici nous confirmer que c'est bon et que le lien marche pour vous. Parce qu'on a eu des personnes qui se plaignaient du fait que le lien ne marchait pas chez elles. Et c'était juste dû au fait qu'elle n'avait pas la dernière version de WhatsApp. Donc, si vous avez un souci et que vous n'arrivez pas à nous rejoindre sur WhatsApp, n'hésitez pas à m'écrire en inbox et je me ferai un plaisir de vous y ajouter. Voilà. Donc, j'espère que vous allez bien. J'espère que vous passez un agréable dimanche. Aujourd'hui, j'aimerais qu'on parle de PhD en Afrique. Je vais changer, donnez-moi un instant, je vais changer le sujet. PhD, comme ça s'écrit, non? Donc, le sujet du live aujourd'hui, ça va être PhD en Afrique. Oups, je sais pas pourquoi c'est pas visible. S'il vous plaît, les amis, merci de tapoter le live. Merci à tous ceux qui tapotent. Well-being, ma soeur, bienvenue. Merci à toi qui tapotes. Je vois pas beaucoup de tapotage. Les amis, s'il vous plaît, tapotons le live. Donc, tapotons massivement le live, les amis, s'il vous plaît. Donc, on tapote. Miss SW, on tapote. Parlons de la thèse doctorale en Afrique, n'est-ce pas? Beaucoup de personnes qui font la thèse en Afrique finissent soit enseignants ou bien chercheurs. Et j'aimerais comprendre s'il n'y a pas d'autres issues après une thèse doctorale. Si on fait la thèse uniquement pour enseigner, est-ce qu'il n'y a pas d'autres débouchés pour la thèse en Afrique? Est-ce que, avec le contexte africain où on a des manques d'équipements, des laboratoires, on fait des recherches parfois purement théoriques, ok? Et lorsque un doctorant finit sa thèse, parfois j'aimerais savoir est-ce que les résultats de ces recherches, parce que c'est beaucoup d'années de recherche, une thèse doctorale, des personnes qui font 5 ans de thèse, d'autres personnes qui font 6 ans, il y en a qui font 10 ans de thèse doctorale et qui obtiennent des résultats. Est-ce que ces résultats sont utilisés à bon escient? Ça, c'est déjà une question. Est-ce que nous pouvons conseiller nos cadets qui viennent vers nous, qui nous disent j'aimerais poursuivre une thèse. Est-ce que tu me conseilles une thèse, par exemple? Est-ce qu'en 2025, on peut conseiller un cadet qui est en Afrique de poursuivre une thèse doctorale lorsqu'on sait que on n'a pas forcément besoin de doctorat pour travailler en entreprise. Et il y a des entreprises qui ne vous demandent pas d'avoir un PhD pour travailler pour elles. Parce qu'en entreprise, c'est beaucoup de concret. La thèse, le but d'une thèse, c'est des recherches approfondies et parfois financées, des résultats théoriques qui permettent de pratiquer en entreprise. Et on sait que le contexte africain aujourd'hui a besoin de beaucoup de pratiques, de beaucoup d'ingénierie, n'est-ce pas, de beaucoup de projets. Est-ce que c'est une condition sine qua non en Afrique de faire une thèse doctorale? Donc, c'est vraiment ça le décor qui est planté. Je vais prendre encore quelques minutes pour discuter du sujet. Oh, dismiss. Et après ça, vous pourriez monter, n'est-ce pas, nous donner votre avis. Je ne sais pas si le sujet est très visible. Dites-moi en commentaire si vous êtes capable de m'écouter et si vous êtes capable de bien lire le sujet. Donc, le sujet a 2 volets, n'est-ce pas? Est-ce que les Africains ont réellement besoin de faire une thèse doctorale? C'est quoi le but d'une thèse? Bon, la question est assez, comment je vais dire, je m'intéresse beaucoup à la thèse PhD, donc c'est aussi une réponse qui pourra m'aider dans mon orientation à moi. Dans la petite histoire, je suis déjà dotée de 2 masters et d'une licence en physique. Je cherche les raisons, n'est-ce pas, qui vont peut-être me pousser à faire une thèse. Donc, c'est une question aussi que je me pose à moi-même. Donc, c'est pas une question avec des réponses déjà préétablies. Ce sont des réflexions ouvertes aux personnes de venir partager avec nous leur expérience, n'est-ce pas, que nous puissions apprendre ensemble. Dans le groupe WhatsApp, on a plein de personnes très intellectuelles qui ont partagé des réflexions de ouf sur le sujet. J'ai dit non, ça c'est comment je vais dire, c'est l'objet d'un live. Où est mon téléphone? J'ai laissé mon deuxième téléphone là-bas au salon. Donc, il y a les gars là sur WhatsApp qui m'ont bluffé. Coach René, par exemple, pense qu'on devrait recourir à une thèse doctorale si c'est le dernier choix qu'on a. C'est-à-dire que ça devrait être nos derniers recours. Si on n'a pas autre option, là, on s'en va faire une thèse. Voilà le point de vue de Coach René. Pour ceux qui connaissent qui est Coach René, il pense qu'on devrait recourir à une thèse doctorale si on n'a pas d'autre choix. Ça devrait vraiment être notre dernier recours. Et je lui ai posé la question de savoir quelle devrait être notre priorité. C'est quoi les meilleurs choix? Il pense qu'on devrait plus être intéressé par l'ingénierie, n'est-ce pas? Par l'entrepreneuriat, par le fait de faire des choses. Parce que la thèse doctorale reste très théorique. C'est l'ingénierie qui est pratique. OK? On a des personnes également qui nous ont expliqué que dans le contexte du Cameroun, par exemple, les thèses ne servent pas à grand-chose. Pourquoi? Parce que ce ne sont pas des thèses qui sont financées. Donc, le résultat de cette thèse-là n'aide pas beaucoup. En Europe, par exemple, ou bien dans d'autres pays, c'est quoi le but de faire une thèse? C'est que vous avez des entreprises, n'est-ce pas, qui ont des sujets ou bien qui ont des problématiques précises, qui veulent résoudre un problème, mais elles n'ont pas assez de ressources humaines ou bien des compétences pour résoudre ce problème-là. Qu'est-ce qu'elles font? C'est qu'elles financent des recherches sur ces problématiques précises. Lorsqu'une entreprise finance une recherche, ça veut dire que le résultat de cette recherche-là, elle va l'utiliser pour résoudre son problème en entreprise. Donc, la thèse doctorale est étroitement liée à un problème que rencontrent des entreprises en temps réel. Ce ne sont pas des sujets de l'Antarctique ou bien de l'époque. Ce sont des sujets réels présentement. Loin de moi l'idée de vouloir critiquer quoi que ce soit, mais j'aimerais aujourd'hui qu'on vienne parler de faits, qu'on vienne parler de manière concrète, de réel, de qu'est-ce qui se fait dans nos thèses doctorales et tout ça là. On a d'autres personnes qui pensent que un cursus qui s'arrête en master est largement suffisant. Déjà même que aux États-Unis, le diplôme de bachelor vous donne accès au travail en entreprise. C'est considéré comme l'équivalent, c'est comme un sujet de bachelor is equivalent to engineering in United States, n'est-ce pas? So when you have a master's, when you undergo a master's degree, you are you are capable of working in companies. You don't really need a PhD. So very few people go in for a PhD, right? PhD is important. Don't get me wrong, but today we want to have more insight into why people go in for PhD. So if you're a PhD holder, I'll be happy to have you in jump in as a guest and share with us your experience as a PhD. And if it is something that you will encourage Africans to go in for, do Africans really need a PhD? Can we encourage the youth in the current economy and in the with the different challenges that we face in Africa? Do we encourage Africans to go in for a PhD? Again, that what are the outcome of PhD holders? Most of them, for the little knowledge that I know, many PhD holders end up being professors. So, are we doing PhD only to teach? Okay, yeah, I know other PhD holder going for postdoc, but not many of our African country finance postdoctoral researches. So they are sometimes looking in for postdoc fellowship in foreign countries to go continue the postdoc. Yeah, that is basically it. If you have any insight to share with us, send your invite and come join us. Is we speak in French and English, right? You just let me know which language you prefer. Donc ça va être ça. Aujourd'hui, on parle de PhD. Je vais partager le live. Donc, merci à ceux qui tapotent. Merci de tapoter le live parce que ça permet d'augmenter la visibilité et à d'autres personnes de pouvoir nous découvrir, n'est-ce pas? Donc, on envoie la demande où? Ben, je vous envoie la demande, Monsieur Guy. Je vous envoie la demande. Donc, Monsieur Guy 0012, je viens de vous envoyer une demande. Vous avez juste à accepter.
D'accord.
Bonjour, bonsoir, Monsieur Guy.
Oui. Euh, le sujet que tu as évoqué ce soir, il me paraît intéressant. Actuellement, je suis en maîtrise à Montréal et c'est mon deuxième diplôme après la licence, on va dire. Donc, euh, je me suis dit en arrivant ici que après cette maîtrise, j'allais forcément faire un doctorat. Mais avec le temps, et le fait de vivre ici, je me suis posé plein de questions. Déjà, j'ai compris ce que c'était que de faire un doctorat. On ne fait pas un doctorat juste pour le diplôme. Je ne pense pas que ce soit la raison pour laquelle on fait un doctorat. On fait un doctorat parce qu'on est passionné par la recherche. On fait un doctorat pour avoir euh, cette reconnaissance des pairs qui dit que si je cherche, si j'effectue des travaux pour démontrer quelque chose, j'ai cette aptitude-là à le faire. Je pense que c'est plus ça le problème. Maintenant, ce que j'ai remarqué, c'est que la plupart des Africains, on est plus intéressé par le diplôme que à ce que ça va nous servir. Il y a plein de gens qui vont au doctorat, c'est juste pour le titre. C'est pas vraiment parce qu'ils sont passionnés par faire des recherches, découvrir de nouvelles choses. Ils le font juste pour le titre. Maintenant, est-ce que les Africains doivent le faire? Je pense que les Africains qui ont pour ambition, ou je ne sais pas, volonté, d'apporter des solutions concrètes à nos réalités devraient y aller. Eux, on va les encourager pour cela. Qu'ils fassent des recherches qui portent sur des enjeux sociétaux de nos communautés africaines. Je pense que c'est plus ça que nous voulons voir. C'est pas juste quelqu'un qui va aller effectuer des travaux de recherche pour juste avoir un doctorat et puis il va avoir ce titre-là. Personnellement, c'est ce que je pense. C'est ce que j'ai voulu partager avec vous.
Merci beaucoup, Guy, et puis beaucoup de courage dans votre parcours académique. Vous avez dit que vous faites une maîtrise, c'est ça? Si je me
Oui.
suis... Et puis, est-ce que vous avez l'intention de poursuivre jusqu'au doctorat?
Non, actuellement, quand j'y repense, c'est ça je dis. Moi, c'est plus le titre qui m'attirait. C'est
Mhm.
pas réel. C'est pas réellement la volonté d'effectuer un travail de recherche pour découvrir quelque chose, on va dire. C'était plus, je finis, je me trouve un bon thème, je fais une recherche là-dessus, j'ai mon diplôme et puis ben, je suis docteur.
Ok,
C'était
donc
plus ça,
donc
moi, ma mentalité.
c'est le titre qui vous intéresse, docteur Guy.
Voilà, non, c'était ça qui m'intéressait.
Oh, qui vous intéressait parce que vous avez pris conscience, c'est bien.
Ouais, j'ai vu que euh, cela m'attirait juste pour le titre que ça allait m'apporter. Et avec cette introspection, je me dis, ce n'est pas quelque chose qui est réellement fait pour moi. Et je pense qu'il y a plein d'Africains qui sont dans cette logique-là de aller doctorat. Parce qu'en Afrique, on dit lui, c'est un docteur. Même s'il n'a pas d'argent, il ne fait pas grand-chose. Dès qu'on entend c'est un docteur, il y a un certain respect qui est
Merci.
accordé.
Voilà.
Je pense que c'est... Et c'est dans cette dynamique-là que j'étais. Aujourd'hui que je suis là et que je vis seul, je me dis, tout ça là, c'est quelque chose qu'on nous a mis dans la tête et on a répété, répété, mais au fond, ça ne sert pas à grand-chose. Donc, si ils veulent aider la communauté par leurs recherches, je pense que ce serait intéressant. On aurait des chercheurs compétents qui pourraient trouver des solutions réelles aux problèmes que nous avons.
Intéressant, intéressant. En tout cas, moi, j'adore votre honnêteté, hein. Moi, j'adore votre honnêteté. Je pense que c'est important de savoir pourquoi est-ce qu'on fait telle chose, n'est-ce pas? Pourquoi est-ce qu'on fait un PhD? Pourquoi est-ce qu'on fait telle filière? Le why, n'est-ce pas? La raison
La raison.
fondamentale qui soutient une idée, c'est très important. Parce que c'est ça qui est le carburant ou bien la source de motivation qui permet de tenir face aux obstacles. Maintenant, lorsque vous dites que, OK, vous ne ferez pas un PhD, c'est quoi votre alternative? Donc, si les personnes ne font pas le PhD, qu'est-ce qu'elles font?
Ah, ah. Euh,
S'il
la
vous plaît, les
réponse.
amis, tapotez le live et puis si vous avez un avis à donner, montez et partagez-nous votre avis. Il y a notre frère là qui nous a dit que le PhD is very useless in Africa. So we have a friend that said that a PhD in Africa is very useless. Je pense que c'est un peu fort quand même, mais j'aimerais plus qu'on soutienne ça par des arguments, n'est-ce pas? Montez là, nous donner des arguments. Notre frère Guy a été très courageux et très vrai dans sa façon de faire, très authentique. Donc, lorsqu'il se pose les bonnes questions, il se rend compte que il voulait seulement aller faire le piège là pour le titre de docteur. Vous voyez un peu, docteur, monsieur tel.
Docteur Guy.
Voilà, qui en soi est une très bonne chose. Mais je pense que Tout comme vous, moi également, j'ai eu ce problème-là. Je me suis dit, quand je vois tous les années que je vais consacrer au PhD, quand je vois toute l'énergie que ça va demander, quand je vois tout ce que ça va demander comme sacrifice, et qu'on essaie de poser ça sur la balance, est-ce que ça vaut vraiment la peine? Est-ce qu'il faut juste aller faire le PhD? C'est vrai que le nom docteur, c'est chic. Qui n'aimerait pas avoir docteur devant son nom? Mais est-ce que c'est suffisant? Est-ce que c'est suffisant? PhD in what domain? PhD in any domain, right? PhD in any domain, be it PhD in mathematics, in physics, social science, name all those domains, right? Is it really necessary? Okay. And understand the question is not to undergrade our doctors because they are incredible, right? I admire their knowledge, their courage, and all the sacrifice that they put in, their passion. You need to be passionate to undergo a PhD for what it takes in terms of sacrifices, in terms of all the years that you dedicate in a PhD thesis, is what all the respect, it has its place. But I wanted to come today for the people that are listening to us or for our younger generation. Let's say someone comes to me, right, as an elder today and say, hey, I just finished my master's, I just finished my graduate program in this, and I'm still thinking if I should go in for a professional training or for an engineering training, or I should go in for a PhD. I myself am in the United States. I've been here for 3 years now, so yes, but I'm still wondering, like, do I really need to go in for a PhD? Because in the United States, PhD program are over 6, 7 to 8 years. So do I really need to dedicate 8 years again of my life to going for a PhD, and why? Why should I do a PhD? Hello, Mr. Omar Traore. Thank you for joining.
Hey, no problem. Hello, how are you? Bonjour, bonsoir.
Bonsoir et merci de nous avoir rejoints.
Il n'y a aucun problème. Ça va, Maître Guy? Comment ça va?
Ouais, ça va bien et toi?
Oui, je vais super bien. Comment ça se passe à Montréal?
Les
Ah,
amis,
très
tapez dans
bien.
le live, s'il vous plaît.
Excellent. Alors, c'est un plaisir de vous entendre.
Ah, merci, pareillement.
No problem. C'est que ça, c'est un sujet intéressant, hein. Ça va, Warrior? Comment ça va?
Oui, ça va bien, ça va bien.
Ok, excellent. Bon, je voulais apporter aussi ma petite contribution. Je pense que le sujet est vraiment intéressant. Je pense que d'abord, je suis d'accord avec Guy sur certains points, même si nous avons quand même des points de divergence aussi.
Hmm.
Voilà. Parce que je me dis que la connaissance est comme un océan, donc c'est toujours important quand même de pousser ou d'aller le plus loin possible pour avoir un bagage solide. Mais cela doit être quand même accompagné par... il faut se poser au préalable des bonnes questions. Est-ce que j'ai un projet de vie? Est-ce que j'ai des connaissances nécessaires pour y parvenir? Mais si vous voyez que le doctorat peut-être pourrait vous aider à atteindre cet objectif-là, ben, je dirais que c'est une très bonne chose. Voilà. Mais généralement, en Occident, par exemple, je me dis que le titre seulement, c'est-à-dire faire seulement pour le titre, ben, ce serait qu'une perte de temps, en fait. Voilà. Moi, de mon côté, actuellement, je suis pratiquement vers la fin d'un programme de doctorat
Oh,
à l'Université de
félicitations!
Californie. Merci beaucoup. Voilà, donc je dirais que ça vaut le coup.
Quelle université, s'il vous plaît?
California, University of California.
Oh, really? Moi-même, je suis
Yeah.
en Californie. Which city?
Uh, Irvine.
Irvine?
Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing. Mon grand
Yeah.
frère fait son PhD également à Irvine, donc
Ah,
je
that's
connais.
great.
Wow,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's great. Voilà, donc c'est-à-dire pour moi, pour mon cas personnellement, c'est-à-dire ce qui m'a poussé à- c'est-à-dire à intégrer un programme de doctorat, c'est beaucoup plus, je pense que Guy partage, c'est-à-dire ces idéaux-là, Je pense que nous sommes le futur en fait de l'Afrique. Comme vous le savez, le continent traverse l'un des moments euh, le plus difficile, je pense, de son histoire. Et nous qui avons eu la chance peut-être d'être ailleurs, nous avons vu les nouvelles façons de faire ou d'autres façons de faire les choses. Je me dis que c'est important quand même qu'on ait aussi euh, le courage, je dirais, ou l'audace, en fait, de pouvoir trouver des solutions aux différents goulots d'étranglement du continent, quoi. Voilà. Donc, je m'intéresse beaucoup plus aux questions économiques parce que je dis que la vraie indépendance, elle est économique et c'est important quand même que euh, voilà, nous changeons de paradigme, adapter nos systèmes économiques à nos réalités internes, voilà, sur le continent.
Mais j'ai envie
C'est
de
ça.
poser la question, comment
Oui,
est-ce qu'on change ce paradigme-là pour que ces recherches reflètent nos réalités internes? C'est
oui.
très bien, oui, c'est ce qu'il faut faire, mais j'ai envie de manière concrète, comment est-ce qu'on peut y parvenir, par exemple?
Oui, exactement. Je pense que ce serait important. Par exemple, on va essayer de narrow down un peu le sujet pour qu'il y ait une compréhension plus profonde. C'est que il faut s'intéresser, c'est-à-dire à l'essence même des choses, quoi, à la cause mère des choses. Mais qu'est-ce qui fait que l'Afrique se trouve dans cette situation actuellement? Donc, ce sont des questions quand même, je pense, c'est fondamental. Et je pense que et les crises sont multiformes sur le continent. Problèmes d'éducation, problèmes de santé, problèmes de sécurité, etc. Mais à la base de tous ces problèmes-là, je pense que euh, c'est d'ordre historique. C'est-à-dire, il s'est passé quelque chose par le passé. Par exemple, selon ma conception, l'Afrique, c'est le berceau de l'humanité. Les premières grandes civilisations ont vu naissance en Afrique dans les altitudes des Kenya. Et je ne peux pas comprendre que nous sommes actuellement le dernier, je dirais, des continents. Donc, je sais qu'il s'est passé de la colonisation, ils nous ont inculqué certaines euh, façons de penser et ils nous ont demandé ou poussé à abandonner ce que nous avons comme propre de l'homme africain. Nous les avons abandonnés. Donc, par conséquent, pour répondre à ta question, un retour vers ces valeurs ancestrales serait déjà un grand pas vers une recrudescence de la puissance africaine. Voilà. Comprendre déjà que nous avons par le passé euh, les grands empires, nous avons les premières grandes civilisations et le fait de rejeter, c'est-à-dire ces valeurs-là, pour embrasser une autre culture ou une autre civilisation, serait l'analogie d'une perdition, dans le fond, pour l'homme africain. Donc pour moi, un retour, c'est-à-dire à l'essence même des choses, un retour à nos valeurs ancestrales, serait pour moi une solution déjà pour changer ces paradigmes-là. Le fait de comprendre tout ce qui vient de l'Occident ou tout ce qui se passe ailleurs est meilleur que ce qui vient d'Afrique. Je pense que ça serait déjà un grand pas pour pouvoir changer ces paradigmes-là.
Vous dites que tout ce qui vient de l'Occident est meilleur que tout ce qui vient d'Afrique.
Ben, c'est ce que les gens pensent et c'est ce que, c'est-à-dire la plupart
Oh, il faut
d'Africains, c'est-à-dire
changer
pensent
cette
ainsi.
pensée. Oh, je comprends, je
Voilà,
comprends,
exactement. Tout à fait.
je vois. Ben, si vous voulez, Monsieur Omar, ou bien plutôt Docteur Omar, vous restez avec nous. Et
Okay.
puis, je vais accueillir mon confrère Hans.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you. Hans, bienvenue.
Ah, merci, salut.
On dit quoi?
Je suis là et toi?
Ça va, ça va. Le sujet aujourd'hui, on parle de PhD. On parle de PhD surtout en Afrique. Je voudrais encourager le confrère à poursuivre une thèse doctorale. Si Pourquoi est-ce que après le master, on devrait se lancer dans un PhD? Est-ce que c'est nécessaire, les pros and cons? Merci de tapoter le live. Merci de tapoter le live.
Bon, bah moi personnellement, je pense que cela, comment dire, c'est assez, cela dépend du contexte, genre de l'individu. Sinon, en général, c'est pas vraiment nécessaire. Euh, j'ai fait des longues études pour avoir jusqu'à un PhD. Sauf si, mettons, on a vraiment un projet en tête de vouloir, comment dire, passer par ce chemin-là. Mais du moment que tu veux juste travailler, ou soit peut-être entreprendre, je pense pas que chacun avoir un PhD, ça, c'est pas, mais pour moi, c'est pas vraiment nécessaire. En fait, ce n'est pas un diplôme genre qui est forcément, comment dire, essentiel ou soit très important à la vie. Ouais, je peux le dire comme ça.
Ok, donc tu penses que ce n'est pas nécessaire si on veut entreprendre. Mais le système, moi j'ai grandi au Cameroun, j'ai fait mes études au Cameroun. Les études au Cameroun ne t'apprennent pas comment entreprendre, hein. On me fait comprendre que la section anglophone, oui, ça initie l'esprit entrepreneurial très tôt. Mais pour des personnes qui ont fait le cursus francophone, en tout cas moi, mon cursus, on ne m'a pas forcément appris comment entreprendre. C'était des cours très théoriques. Tu vois un peu, il faut bûcher le cours, il faut composer, et puis on te donne une autre. Et c'est ça qui détermine si tu as les connaissances nécessaires pour partir, pour continuer au prochain niveau. Donc, c'est une succession de de cours magistraux, n'est-ce pas? Et après, il y
Mhm.
a l'évaluation, n'est-ce pas, où on vient avec l'épreuve. Tu composes. Et parfois, à l'université, par exemple, il y avait le terme fax. C'est quoi le fax? Ça veut dire que à l'approche de l'examen, je me concentre sur une discipline. Je crame le truc dans mon cerveau. Je m'avais retranscrit ça à l'examen et je valide. Vous comprenez un peu? Donc,
Ouais.
on n'a pas forcément, c'est pas toutes les écoles qui apprennent l'esprit entrepreneurial aussi, hein. Donc, il y a des cursus purement théoriques. Donc, il a fallu que j'arrive dans un système anglophone, un système américain, pour me rendre compte que, mais, il y a des choses qui se passent différemment. Donc, en Amérique, par exemple, on va te dire, on veut savoir qu'est-ce que tu es capable de faire. C'est ça qui intéresse les entreprises. Tu es capable de faire. Quelles sont tes compétences? Qu'est-ce que tu es capable de faire? Et ça change complètement la donne. Madame Julie, je vais un peu vous muter. Oh non. Permettez-moi de vous muter un peu, ça, merci. Donc, je disais ceci, c'est que lorsque tu arrives dans un pays comme les États-Unis, ils sont très concentrés, très focalisés sur tes capacités, sur tes compétences, sur ce que tu es capable de faire. Est-ce que si on te donne cette tâche, tu es capable de produire un résultat? Parce qu'on est d'accord que tu peux avoir un master, mais tu ne sais pas faire grand-chose. En tout cas, c'était mon cas. C'est-à-dire que si tu me donnes le bord de 200 pages là, je te résous les exercices, mais de manière pratique avec mes deux mains ou bien de manière concrète, le savoir-faire, c'est très peu. Et c'est pas que je comprends. Donc,
Ouais,
lorsque
ouais.
je dis que la personne qui veut entreprendre ne devrait pas faire un piégé, c'est que ce n'est même pas tout le monde qui comprend qu'il faut entreprendre de nos jours. C'est pas tout le monde qui a l'esprit entrepreneurial aussi, hein.
Mhm. Bien
Ouais.
sûr, bien sûr.
Mhm.
C'est la raison pour laquelle je disais que c'est un truc qui prend beaucoup, déjà beaucoup de paramètres. Donc, ça dépend du contexte de la personne. Si au cas vraiment, tu aspires vraiment à avoir peut-être, je sais pas, tu as des projets vraiment qui aspirent vraiment à avoir ça vraiment. Et là, maintenant, tu peux le faire. Mais si au cas, tu veux juste, tu es vraiment basique, c'est-à-dire avoir un job, tu veux juste savoir comment est ta vie normale et tout. Mais le pire, ce n'est pas vraiment essentiel en 2024, quoi. Et,
Donc, je vais faire le récap pour les personnes qui viennent d'arriver. On parle de PhD et de sa nécessité en Afrique. D'abord, je situe le contexte. Donc, on reste dans le contexte africain et puis on se pose la question, est-ce que c'est nécessaire aujourd'hui, à l'ère où nous sommes, d'encourager des personnes à faire du PhD? Si oui, sinon, pourquoi? Ok, c'est une question très ouverte où des personnes viennent nous partager leur expérience. Jusqu'ici, on a trois personnes sur le panel, Guy qui est venu et puis en toute honnêteté nous a fait comprendre que il avait envie de faire le PhD, mais c'était beaucoup plus pour le nom. Et en réalité, il faut le dire, lorsqu'on est en Afrique et qu'on met le titre de docteur sur ton nom, les gens te respectent. C'est un signe de prestige. C'est un peu comme en termes de royauté, on va appeler quelqu'un un roi, sa majesté et tout ça là. On a cette culture d'idolâtrer les docteurs. Donc, ce sont des super puissants encore en Afrique, hein. Mais je pense que lorsqu'on fait le chiffre de mentalité ici aux États-Unis, les PhD holders, ils sont comme toute autre personne. C'est pas quelque chose de waouh, c'est pas quelque chose de comment je vais dire ça? Ils sont d'abord dans une certaine humilité aussi qui fait que docteur ou pas docteur devant le nom, ils s'en foutent. Et même le titre à côté du nom, on appelle, tu arrives en entreprise, tu appelles ton boss par son prénom. On n'a pas trop ce protocole et tout ça là. Donc, en Afrique, ça reste encore très formel où si tu ne mets pas le docteur devant le nom de quelqu'un là, mais il peut même te porter plainte pour ça. Est-ce que vous comprenez un peu ce que je dis? Ça reste quelque chose d'assez prestigieux. Et si vous êtes deux personnes, moi je viens par exemple, j'ai pas docteur, j'ai pas le titre de doctorat, mais j'ai beaucoup d'expérience. Et quelqu'un d'autre qui n'a pas forcément les mêmes expériences, mais le simple fait qu'il soit un docteur lui donne toute la légitimité possible. Je ne sais pas si vous comprenez un peu l'esprit
Mhm,
là.
mhm.
Oui, c'est
Ouais, ouais.
vrai, c'est une vérité. Et imaginez, moi, par exemple, je prône beaucoup la tech, c'est la révolution et tout ça là. Mais je vous promets que ma voix ne portera pas autant s'il n'y a pas un titre qui accompagne mon initiative. Donc, en toute honnêteté, je me suis dit à un moment donné, peut-être je vais aller faire ce PhD-là pour avoir une certaine légitimité, pour avoir ma voix qui porte un peu plus haut. Parce que lorsqu'ils vont entendre Docteur Miga, hey, ils vont se poser la queue, hey, c'est une jeune dame. D'abord, la femme, d'abord, elle est très encouragée dans les domaines de STEM, donc science, technologie et mathématiques. Donc, si je suis une jeune dame, je fais dans les sciences et puis j'ai un doctorat, je vous promets que seulement ça m'ouvre des portes. Mais ce n'est qu'un titre. Vous comprenez un peu? Donc, on ne va pas
Mhm.
regarder c'est quoi le résultat de ma thèse. J'ai travaillé, quels sont mes travaux, quels sont mes... Ça non, ça n'intéresse personne. Est-ce qu'il y a des R points sur ton nom? Ça vous donne certaine légitimité, vous n'avez même pas idée. Est-ce qu'on ne va pas remettre en question le PhD et comment est-ce qu'il est mené en Afrique? Cette façon Je pense qu'il y a aussi beaucoup de racolage dans certaines thèses. Je le dis en toute honnêteté. Je me frotte à beaucoup de personnes qui sont des docteurs, donc on connaît qui est docteur. Il y a les vrais docteurs, il y a les faux docteurs. Tout comme il y a les vrais pasteurs, il y a les faux pasteurs. Et ça, on se comprend. Donc, juste pour essayer de contextualiser toujours le sujet, parce que ça peut aller dans tous les sens, mais je veux vraiment qu'on reste dans un certain prisme, quoi. Donc, merci à toi, Hans, pour
Euh,
ta contribution.
tu peux me prononcer là, si
Oui, je
tu
voulais comme
tu-
ça vous donner la
ouais.
parole, Monsieur Idriss, allez-y. Merci de
Ouais,
m'avoir rejoint.
ouais. En fait, je pense qu'il faut disséquer le problème autrement et il faut poser différentes questions. C'est-à-dire, euh, est-ce que tu veux être docteur juste pour qu'on t'appelle docteur? C'est une question. Maintenant, passer un docteur en informatique, c'est pas un docteur disons, supposons, en histoire ou en philosophie ou bien quelque chose. C'est deux choses différentes. Euh, Maintenant, est-ce que tu es plus focalisé sur ton revenu, c'est-à-dire, ou bien tu veux rester dans des académiques, comme on le dit ici. Par exemple, si tu veux être professeur à l'université, faire des recherches, tu as besoin de plein de doctorats. Si c'est pour juste avoir le nom de docteur, parce que moi, je connais des gens qui s'appellent docteur, mais quand je parle avec eux, j'ai comme l'impression de parler avec un âne, quoi. Voilà. Et dans combien d'années dans mon travail et ce que je fais, ceux qui gardent le plus grand, comment on appelle le poste, ceux qui sont à la tête, généralement, ont juste un bachelor. C'est-à-dire, est-ce que tu te plonges sur l'argent ou bien, comment on appelle? Moi, je peux dire, pour faire de l'argent, voilà, pour faire de l'argent, tu n'as pas besoin de doctorat. Tu n'as absolument pas besoin de doctorat. Moi, je te dis, j'ai fait les statistiques à l'actuariat. Et je me rappelle quand je suis parti travailler comment on appelle, à Des Moines dans l'Iowa, nous, on faisait la modélisation, quoi, pour le modèle d'assurance. Et ce qui se passait, c'est que tu voyais, il y avait des docteurs, on dit les docteurs en ceci, les docteurs en ça, mais en statistique, les actuaires, je sais pas s'il y a des actuaires sur ce panel, il y a comment on appelle, les trucs qu'il faut prendre, quoi, des examens. Quand tu es actuaire, il y a le diplôme, mais il faut passer des examens. Et ces examens, on en a 7. C'est-à-dire, ces examens sont, c'est-à-dire, même tu peux avoir le bachelor si tu as un, deux, trois de ces examens, tu as plus de valeur que celui qui a le doctorat, mais qui n'a pas ces examens. C'est comme, en fait, c'est un truc comme les UV, quoi, en comptabilité. Tu finis le truc, tu passes les UV et tout. Et je me rappelle qu'il y avait comment on appelle, euh, le, il y avait un jeune là, un petit, on dit qu'il est super surdoué. Il a passé 5 des examens sur 7. Et l'enfant, il avait à peine 23 ans, 24. Mais il comprenait juste, il savait passer les examens. Et l'enfant, il faisait plus d'argent que le docteur qui était là, qui avait 3 examens. D'accord? Le docteur, bon, on l'a mis chef de truc, mais en truc salaire, les deux, il n'y avait pas match, quoi, en fait. C'était carrément bizarre. Et pour moi, en tant qu'Africain, c'est quelque chose qui a ouvert plus ou moins qui m'a permis de voir la vie autrement aux États-Unis. Parce que moi, c'était ce que j'avais dans la tête. Je dis, ah, mais il faut être docteur, il faut faire ceci. So I end up dropping out for the program. I just drop out on the PhD program. Parce que moi, j'étais focalisé sur, je veux réussir, je veux l'argent, je veux faire ceci. Et je me rends compte que même si tu as ceci, dans mon domaine, ce n'était pas important que celui qui a un bachelor et qui passe comment on appelle, les crédits pour, comment on appelle, euh, dans le domaine de l'actuariat. Maintenant, dans le contexte africain, c'est difficile de vraiment être dans le fond parce que euh, les gens, pour ce que j'ai vu en Afrique et mes amis qui ont fait le doctorat, je peux dire mes promotionnaires, généralement, c'est plus parce qu'ils veulent enseigner à l'université. Il n'y a pas beaucoup de docteurs. C'est plutôt pour trouver un boulot. Mais c'est pas pour faire des recherches. Ou bien c'est plus pour rentrer dans la politique, se trouver un nom ou bien quelque chose. Parce qu'on n'a pas les opportunités de travail telles qu'on a ici. Tu vois? Les opportunités de travail ne sont pas telles qu'on a en Afrique, d'où on vient. Donc, des gens qui veulent rester dans le système, qui veulent avoir un poids sur, rentrer dans des entreprises, enseigner à l'université et autres, ils poussent. Ils poussent. Et aussi, ça donne aussi des opportunités aux gens pour qu'ils quittent le pays. Si tu appliques pour un programme de doctorat, c'est plus facile de voyager que d'appliquer, comment on appelle, pour un programme de bachelor ou bien master, comment on appelle, pour venir étudier aux États-Unis, ou bien en Europe, ou bien quelque chose. Pour le programme de doctorat, tu es admis plus facilement, quoi. Donc, c'était plus pour ceux que j'ai vus, quand même. C'était plus à la poursuite comment on appelle, d'autres opportunités dans la vie. Euh, Ceci étant dit, le système francophone dans lequel d'où on vient, je pense qu'en Afrique, je sais pas si en Afrique anglophone c'est comme ça, mais le titre est très important. Quand tu appelles docteur, quelque chose, docteur ceci, voilà, ça te donne une place dans la société, ça te donne un poids dans un certain nombre de trucs, mais pas nécessairement ici aux États-Unis. Aux États-Unis, les gens se foutent pas mal. Moi, je suis dans la tech. Mon plus grand développeur, qui était un business partner à un moment donné, euh, il est college dropout with 1.74 GPA. Mais c'est l'une des personnes les plus intelligentes que je connaisse dans ma vie. il est super intelligent. Il n'a même pas le bachelor. Et aujourd'hui, ce petit, il fait à 200 à 250 000 dollars l'année. Parce qu'il a déjà un résumé qui parle pour lui. Voilà. Mais tu prends un docteur, un gars qui est docteur, j'ai un ami docteur avec qui je parle, un grand frère aîné à moi, qui était mon professeur à un moment donné. Je me rappelle, quand lui et moi on parlait, il dit, docteur, il fait 120, bon, lui, il était dans Missouri dans le temps. Il faisait 110 000, après on l'avançait, parce qu'il est devenu professeur titulaire, là, il est devenu chef de département, il est devenu 125 000, un truc comme ça. C'est ce qu'il fait. Moi, quand ils disent, jusqu'à présent, je pense qu'il était chez moi il y a 3 mois ou 4 mois de cela. Quand on parle régulièrement, ça me fait bizarre que quelqu'un qui a tant étudié, avec tout ce qu'il a, tout ce bagage intellectuel, c'est ce salaire qu'il fait. Moi, aujourd'hui, ici, c'est pas le salaire que les gens acceptent. Tu dis quelqu'un a 120 000 ici, quand tu es développeur, on va te dire non. Les gens, ce minimum, ils sont en train de tourner autour de 150, 175, 180 000. Donc, là, bon, lui, dans son cas, ce qu'il me dit, il dit là, l'une des choses qui le fait plaisir dans ce qu'il fait, c'est parce que lui, il travaille 9 mois sur 12, techniquement. Tu vois, donc il fait des recherches, il a des conférences auxquelles il atteint, donc ce sont des surplus, quoi. Et qu'il fait des publications qui sont acceptées, parfois, lui trouve ce prestige-là, c'est-à-dire cette joie d'enseigner et de voir son nom publié, faire des trucs, qu'on se rappelle de lui. L'argent n'est pas nécessairement important pour lui. Voilà. Donc, c'est, moi, je peux dire que si vous voulez faire un doctorat ici, peut-être si vous avez envie de ça, bon, il y a des gens qui aiment ça. J'ai un cousin qui est en train de faire son doctorat en mathématiques, là, et lui, il a tout abandonné. Il a dit, il a toujours voulu enseigner à l'université, il veut, donc, il aime l'enseignement. Il a tout abandonné. Là, actuellement, je pense qu'il a 2 ans qui restent. Mais c'est ce qu'il fait. Donc, je sais pas si j'ai répondu à ta question, je t'ai écouté, mais again, que tu sois en Afrique, que tu sois ici, c'est différent. Et en Afrique, moi, si je suis en Afrique, si je veux être pas de pouvoir de décision, peut-être je vais m'intéresser. Si je suis à la recherche d'autres opportunités, oui, peut-être je peux m'intéresser à faire un PhD. Mais aux États-Unis, là où je suis pour moi, même si tu me donnes un scholarship, tu me payes tout, je vais te dire que j'ai pas le temps pour aller faire un PhD. Parce qu'ils ne pourront jamais me payer avec le niveau de vie que j'ai aujourd'hui.
Merci beaucoup, docteur Ebris. Donc, finalement, je vais encore vous poser deux questions. Vous avez beaucoup comment je vais dire ça? Vous avez beaucoup parlé du sujet. Je vais vous poser la première question, c'est est-ce que vous conseillerez un jeune qui est en Afrique de faire un PhD?
Oui, bon, je vais le conseiller s'il a la possibilité parce que ça l'ouvre beaucoup d'opportunités. Parce que nous n'avons pas une société en Afrique qui est consommatrice de, comment on appelle, des jeunes qui finissent avec un bachelor ou un master ou quoi que ce soit. Donc, compte tenu des défis, je n'ai pas les opportunités que j'ai aujourd'hui, que j'étais en Afrique et que j'ai la possibilité de faire un PhD, oui, je vais le faire. Je pense que je peux le faire parce que ça me crée des portes, comment on appelle, des opportunités. Il y a
Quand
des
tu
gens qui,
parles d'opportunité, monsieur Idriss, de manière concrète,
de manière concrète, par exemple, si tu es en médecine, par exemple, si tu es dans le corps médical, par exemple, quand tu vas, parce qu'il y a une très grande demande, quand tu es dans le domaine de mathématiques, il y a une très grande demande. C'est impossible de venir faire un PhD ici en mathématiques et finir, et on va te laisser partir. Parce que dans le maths, par
de
exemple,
l'Afrique, j'ai bien contextualisé de l'Afrique.
oui, oui, non, non, c'est ce que ça dit. C'est pour ça que je dis que ça va créer des opportunités. C'est-à-dire, quand tu es en Afrique, que tu sois au Bénin ou en Côte d'Ivoire, d'où je viens, si tu appliques pour un programme de doctorat en Europe, quand tu appliques pour un de doctorat, que tu le fais. Tu le fais en Afrique et autres, mais si tu veux faire des recherches plus approfondies, tu peux appliquer pour les universités à l'extérieur. Donc, ça te donne des opportunités pour sortir. Ça te donne des opportunités pour aller aussi à l'extérieur. Si c'est ce que tu as dans comment on appelle, le background. Je sais pas si tu comprends mon truc.
Je
Ça dit, ça te
comprends.
donne, voilà. Donc, ça te donne beaucoup plus d'opportunités de dire que tu veux faire. Par exemple, tu es en train de faire une thèse, tu veux faire quelque chose, tu veux faire des recherches. Est-ce que tu peux, il y a les universités en Afrique, ils ont comment on appelle, des collaborations avec des universités européennes, américaines et autres pour la recherche. Donc, ils vont le faire pour bouger, pour juste aller. Comment on appelle ça? Ça leur donne des opportunités d'aller à l'extérieur. C'est ce que ça a dit. Ça donne des opportunités de faire des recherches. De toute manière, la recherche, elle est très importante. La connaissance, elle est très importante. Que ce soit, ne le pas lui dire. Il va arriver un moment donné où l'Afrique, qu'on le veuille ou pas, il va falloir qu'on prenne les choses. On ne va pas vouloir chaque fois se baser sur les recherches qui viennent de l'extérieur. Quand vous prenez, par exemple, la pandémie passée, le Covid, aujourd'hui, si les dirigeants africains sont sérieux dans leur tête, je pense que on doit réfléchir à la science autrement. Doit donner plus d'opportunités à la recherche. La recherche, elle est très importante. Pour un peuple, on ne peut pas vivre sans la recherche. Est-ce qu'il faut, euh, est-ce qu'il faut conseiller les jeunes en Afrique de faire la recherche? Bien sûr, c'est important. Mais faut pas faire la recherche pour venir attraper la craie après. C'est ça qui est dérangeant. Moi, je t'ai entendu parler. Moi, j'ai fait les mathématiques au Bénin. J'ai fait les mathématiques. J'ai fait une maîtrise en mathématiques. Mais je vous assure tout, quand je finis et que j'enseignais au Bénin, j'enseignais pendant 3 ans dans le collège. C'est-à-dire, quand tu finis, tu n'as pas d'autre opportunité que de garder la craie dans le collège. Voilà. Tu vas me donner un théorème, je vais te faire les preuves, je vais t'enseigner les mathématiques. Mais je ne savais même pas ce que j'ai. Quand on me prend une série de Fourier, je ne savais même pas ce que ça veut. Ça veut dire que je connaissais, mais je ne connaissais pas la science qui est dedans. Comment est-ce que ça
Équation de
s'applique dans la vie?
Schrödinger.
Et l'équation de Schrödinger, tout ça là, je ne savais pas. Hein? Il a fallu que je vienne. Allô, vous m'entendez?
Oui, on vous entend.
Ok. Il a fallu que je vienne aux États-Unis. Et je me rappelle, quand j'étais dans le programme, et que j'ai fait Missouri Science and Technology. Pour ceux qui sont de Missouri, on appelle Missouri MSNT. Et tout ce que j'avais appris, comme faisait la topologie, tout ce qu'on avait appris là, les théorèmes qu'on apprend, et ça dit, ils vont te donner un problème avec un réfrigérateur, un condensateur qui fait ceci, qui fait... Et tu te rends compte que, mais les théorèmes que tu avais appris à l'université dans ton pays là, tu vois, les séries et autres, c'est tout ça qui fait... En fait, tu vois l'application du truc. Mais imagine-toi que moi, j'ai appris tout ceci en Afrique et je ne savais même pas ce qu'il y avait dedans. Je ne savais même pas comment on utilisait ça dans la vie, réellement. Mais tu me donnes le théorème, on mémorise le théorème. Quand nous, je sais, tu as fait les mathématiques, quand tu prends un espace vectoriel ou bien quelque chose et que tu définis les lois dessus, par exemple, quand tu dis, toutes les lois de tout qu'on peut étudier, et tu ne sais même pas à quoi ça s'applique. Mais aujourd'hui, en computing, quand tu fais computing, tu vois exactement l'application de ce genre de choses. Donc, il y a un problème dans le système éducatif. S'il faut aller faire un doctorat pour venir juste attraper la craie, c'est un problème. Mais si tu fais, comment on appelle, des doctorats et venir faire la recherche, moi, je pense qu'il y a rien de plus important que ça. Et la pandémie de Covid doit être un truc pour faire réfléchir nos dirigeants autrement, qu'on essaie de revoir le système éducatif en général. Ouais. C'est malheureux quand... En tout cas, je ne sais pas, tu as une autre question. Je ne voulais pas monopoliser la parole.
Question.
En tout cas, vous restez avec nous. Vous restez avec nous,
J'ai
monsieur.
une question à celui qui parlait tout à l'heure.
Moi, tu viens avec la bagarre, maman. Attends un peu. Bois de l'eau.
Non, non.
Bois de l'eau,
Désolée.
maman.
Allons-y, je
Alors,
vous
pose
écoute.
ta question. Vas-y. La bagarre.
Oui, ma question c'est si tout le monde refuse de prendre la craie pour dire non, j'ai fait un PhD, c'est pas pour aller enseigner, alors comment est-ce que le savoir va être transféré à la prochaine génération?
Ah oui, ça c'est une très belle question d'ailleurs. Je suis même heureux que vous ayez posé la question. Docteur Hakim, avec lequel je suis ami, il enseigne, mais il fait beaucoup de recherches. D'accord? C'est-à-dire, il fait de la recherche. Il fait de la recherche dans son domaine de statistique. En Afrique, malheureusement, moi j'ai la quarantaine, j'ai des amis qui enseignent déjà, promotionnels, qui ont fait leur doctorat, qui sont en train d'enseigner au Bénin. Au fait, eux, ils enseignent seulement. Est-ce que vous comprenez ce que ça veut dire? Ça dit, tu fais de la recherche, tu enseignes, ou bien tu enseignes seulement. Si tu dois juste enseigner, ça vaut pas la peine. C'est ça, en fait, c'est là où je veux en venir. Maintenant, si on peut associer les deux, où tu fais de la recherche, tu fais des publications et tu peux enseigner. Maintenant, si c'est que tu vas faire un doctorat et que ton seul point de chute, c'est d'aller enseigner à l'université, au Cameroun, ou bien en Côte d'Ivoire, ou bien au Bénin, et que tu ne fais pas de recherche pour apporter un plus au développement de la société, il y a un problème. Écoutez, moi je vais, comment on appelle, en Afrique généralement, je vois les gens cuisiner la même manière dont on cuisine il y a comme une vingtaine d'années. C'est malheureux hein, que je le dise, hein, mais c'est terrible. Tu vas en Afrique, tu vas manger, tu vas dans un restaurant, tu commandes, il faut attendre pratiquement 45 minutes à 1 heure du temps avant qu'on t'amène la nourriture. Ça dit, c'est en ce moment qu'ils prennent, ils préparent, ils prennent tout le temps, ils vont faire tout, et tu attends que la nourriture vienne. Mais est-ce que vous pouvez vous permettre ici aux États-Unis de faire, c'est-à-dire attendre 1 heure du temps, on va envoyer la nourriture, tu vas manger, c'est après tout ça, ça dit, tu as banalement fait 2 heures du temps. Mais les gens, people don't think out of the box. How to speed up this process. Voilà. Ce n'est pas normal que les pays africains, tant que nous sommes aujourd'hui, comment on appelle, on importe toujours des réfrigérateurs, on importe toujours, ça dit même les trucs pour faire les marmites. I mean, les trucs BA possibles, quoi. Il n'y en a pas. Donc, en fait, c'est tout ça le problème. Donc, la question que vous posez, elle est fondamentale. Je la comprends. Mais les gens qui font le PhD en Afrique, malheureusement, quand ils finissent, ils vont enseigner à l'université. Ils ne font que l'enseignement. Ils ne font pas de la recherche. Alors que le PhD doit s'associer à la recherche. Est-ce que j'ai répondu à votre question?
Oui, oui. En fait, moi, je pense que le problème se pose au niveau où il n'y a pas de fonds pour faire de la recherche. Parce que faire la recherche, c'est pas comme si euh, tu as juste un sujet. En fait, il faut des fonds, il faut des ressources pour faire de la recherche. Et je pense que le problème qui se pose en Afrique, c'est que il n'y a pas un budget qui est voté pour cela. Et même s'il y a des budgets, certaines grosses têtes s'assoient sur ces budgets et puis ça n'arrive jamais au bas. En fait, je vais dire à ceux qui sont supposés faire le travail. Donc, je pense que ce n'est même pas un problème de est-ce qu'on a besoin de chercheurs ou alors est-ce que après avoir fait un PhD, on doit aller enseigner ou alors est-ce qu'on doit aller dans l'industrie. Le problème se retrouve au niveau où ceux qui sont à la tête pour pouvoir, qui reçoivent ces fonds pour que la recherche soit menée, en fait, ces fonds n'arrivent jamais à ceux qui en ont de droit. Et ce qui se passe, c'est qu'à la fin, on fait juste la recherche pour faire. Parfois même, c'est parce qu'on a manque quoi faire qu'on ne peut pas faire la recherche. Mais sinon, dans des pays vraiment développés, on se rend compte on a besoin de chercheurs parce que ce sont eux qui mettent sur pied les théories qui vont être appliquées demain. C'est dommage que dans nos pays africains, vraiment, tu y vas lorsque c'est ton dernier recours, en fait.
Je suis heureux que vous ayez dit ça parce qu'au fait, c'est ce que j'avais mis. Parce que si vous vous rappelez, j'ai dit, il faut de la volonté politique. Voilà. C'est pas qu'il n'y a pas d'argent. C'est parce qu'il n'y a pas de volonté politique. Parce qu'il n'y a pas de programme d'accompagnement. Vous-même, vous avez dit tout à l'heure, les gens ne planifient pas. Ou bien quand il y a l'argent, les gens vont détourner, faire des conneries avec. Au lieu qu'ils investissent dans ce domaine. Donc, c'est une volonté politique, un programme de gouvernement. Et encore une fois, notre dernière pandémie qu'on a eue doit changer la manière dont l'Afrique on pense. Mais malheureusement, les gens ne vont pas changer. Quand vous pensez de la manière dont les vaccins ont été distribués dans le monde, où, c'est-à-dire les Européens, les Américains, ils ont mis leur population en premier. Et si j'étais à leur place, je vais faire la même chose. Donc, ça veut dire que supposons qu'on avait cette pandémie restée, ça tuait les gens en désordre sur des années, les populations africaines seront décimées. Donc, ceci doit amener les gens à réfléchir, à investir beaucoup dans les universités, à faire des recherches, d'accord? et non juste copier et prendre ce qui vient d'ailleurs. On ne fabrique absolument rien. Je n'arrive pas à comprendre comment est-ce que la Côte d'Ivoire, premier producteur de cacao au monde, tout le chocolat est emmené, c'est-à-dire on vient nous prendre les grains, on amène ça en Suisse, ils vont transformer, ils vont revendre, et nous on rachète. Et on dit, on est content de dire, oh, du cacao, du chocolat suisse. Alors qu'on fabrique le chocolat. Pendant des années, les gens n'ont même pas fait de recherche. Qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire au cacao? Comment est-ce qu'on peut le modifier? Comment est-ce qu'on peut le transformer pour le revendre? Et tout ça, c'est la science. C'est des recherches. C'est de la chimie. Donc, je pense nous tous sommes en train de dire la même chose. Il faut juste une volonté politique. Et c'est très important. Pour moi, c'est capital.
Merci beaucoup,
Merci.
Idriss. Je vais faire tourner le panel. Il y a G4 Diallo qui est là. Je vais donner la parole et après ce sera Momike. Bonsoir à vous.
Bonsoir, vous allez bien?
Très bien.
Bonsoir à tous.
Bonsoir, Momike.
Yeah. Je vois les écritures en anglais, mais les gens parlent français, je sais pas.
C'est bilingue. Vous voulez parler en anglais? Mon panel est bilingue. Allez-y.
Okay. I understand what the other speakers are saying, and if the question is, do we really need PhD graduate in Africa? And to me, the answer is yes. Why? Because I remember the Russians, they give a lot of scholarship for PhD students from Africa to go to Russia to do their PhDs. And in fact, I had that opportunity, but I declined it because I spoke with a lot of other guys who are there, and they told me that if you are doing PhD in that country or in most of the Western countries, your research should be mainly on their own problems. You have to do your research, your PhD, on issues connected to their own country, you know. So in fact, I wanted to do something like renewable energy, and I cannot get a university there that are willing to do more research on renewable energy, because the country itself is satisfied with the petroleum industry, so they don't invest too much on renewable energy because they have a lot of petrol and all of these things. And I was interested in doing like a renewable energy thing because I know the sun is very important to us, to my country in Africa. And to introduce myself, I'm from Sierra Leone, West Africa, you know. So I am a student here doing a double master in Hartford International University here in Hartford, Connecticut. And
So see you.
Yeah, so if you ask me, I would prefer doing right now, I would prefer doing a lot of masters. Maybe I would prefer going to another field again and do another masters than going straight to PhD. Because to me, our African system is different from the Western system a lot. But we need to have a start somewhere. Anyway, we cannot cry down our systems, because I want to first of all appreciate the African system, because it is there that I have the basic to compete for what I am enjoying right now here, a scholarship. So if I had seated in Africa and say, oh, Africa, we are not doing anything, we are not learning, we are not doing anything, the little we are having in Africa, you have to take advantage of it, get the best out of it. You will use that as a stepping stone to go further. So coming back to the topic here, do we need PhDs in Africa? The answer is yes. Although myself here, if you give it to me right now, I will say no. I want to get more practical knowledge first through masters. I want to be prepared, because I know I am not that prepared for a PhD. I want to be prepared for now. And I also want whatever PhD I have, so that that PhD could be meaningful also to my country, you know. So I'm very conscious of that. I admire a lecturer in my country, Dr. Jai. He's a lecturer at Frobe College, one of the oldest university in West Africa, if not the oldest. You can check it out, the Frobe College. He's lecturing there, and he is also a researcher. But he is lucky he did his PhD here at MIT in America, so he had a lot of funding on research and all of these things. He was very active in Ebola, COVID-19, and all of this pandemic research. He's very active on them, but I know he had a lot of sponsors, back home. A lady was speaking about sponsorship just now, and I want to join her. This is the problem in Africa, sponsorship, Sometimes all of these things my brother here from Cote d'Ivoire is talking about, the cocoa. When you go to the universities in Cote d'Ivoire, I don't know Cote d'Ivoire. I know certain friends from Cote d'Ivoire. We did some studies together when I was in Guinea Conakry. And I want to tell you that there are a lot of research about transforming the cocoa industry into a practical, usable something in Cote d'Ivoire. There are a lot of research there. If you go to the universities, you will see a lot of students who have done their research, their soutenance, what you call soutenance in French, their thesis on how to transform that cocoa. You will see a lot of them. Mm-hmm. But how many of them, how can these people receive financial support, funding to transform those ideas they have made research on? You see them, go to the library, you will see a lot of, I'm not there, but I know it's there.
That's true.
I know it's there. From bachelors to masters to PhDs, people have been writing all sort of research on these things. But how can they put them together so that it becomes a reality?
Use those results of research, and I talked about it earlier in the live. Like, when I go back in my university, in University of Chang, you have a lot of rooms with piles of PhD research, master researches.
Exactly.
But do we really use them? Do we use those results? Because we're talking about years and years of people hard work, right? People have worked hard to obtain those results, but was it just for it to be kept in a corner and move on with our lives? I mean, the purpose of the research is to have a result that is useful, right? That we're able to use it and make an impact. Okay.
Exactly what I'm saying. Like the Jala University, one of the university in Sierra Leone, I saw a photo of it last month. The dustbin of the university was filled with research papers and theses of students which they have kept maybe for many years, and they are fed up of it. So they decided to just like bring a truck and throw them to the dustbin. What people have worked for many years, researches of people, they could not even think of like, okay, let digitalize them and try to put them in a server or somewhere where they can be accessible one day. They just gather them and like send them into the dustbin. That those are theses of people who have got masters, who have got PhDs, who have got degrees. So this is the underlying problem. You are here in the United States, you have your PhD. I have like my DSO here right now where I'm doing, he had an opportunity to do a PhD at Yale University, but he refused because now Yale universities and these Ivy League universities, if you are a PhD, every month, every 2 months, 3 months, they want to see what research have you done. If you cannot publish, you cannot do any research, they will turn down. This is a criteria for them now. It's not like Africa wherein you just lecture. Here, most of the universities, you have your PhD, every 2-3 months, you show them your publication. You show them what you have researched on. It is not like just going to the classroom and lecture. No, they force you. If you cannot show them, they drop you, they draw another lecturer because they know they have money to pay you. They have everything. So they put you on track. They give you that freedom to do that thing. They put it as part of your appraisals. If your appraisal does not show anything like research you are doing, articles you are doing, you are talking about the problems that are happening and bringing in solutions, the your next contract you not get it. This is and my DSO was telling me it's because of that particular thing that he's not doing a PhD. He just want to go do another master's and come and continue to do what he's doing. He's a Jamaican American, by origin. So I learned a lot from what he was saying. Imagine if that is happening in Africa. That could not happen in Africa, because you cannot force someone to do research and you cannot sponsor the person to do that research. And when that person does the research, you have nothing like to do about it. So this is my own take on this. I don't know if it makes sense, and if anybody has anything to add.
This is the final question that I would love for everyone to answer. Would you encourage the young generation to go in for a PhD in today's world?
If I will start, of course, I would say yes. Do your PhD. For us in Africa that came from we know our background, we know our history. Some of these things can serve as a stepping stone for you individually and your family. It opens doors for you, and they said little drops of water make up the mighty ocean. Yes. So just go for it. As a young person, it is the best time when you are young to do it. It is the best time. Don't wait till you are old. I will encourage anybody. But before you go for it, get yourself prepared. If you did let's say, your computer science in Africa, and you could not have the opportunity like that. My brother did his mathematics. He did a lot of Fouriers. He did a lot of series and sequence and all of these things and he could never have the opportunity to do the practical. Let him don't leave Africa and come directly here to do a PhD. Maybe he should start by doing another master's that will give him the opportunity to have hands-on lab, do some practical things. Then when he got these informations, then he can prepare well for a PhD, which can serve him well. And if he even have an intention to go back to Africa or do whatever project, then he can go ahead and do it, and he will have respect both in Africa and in America here. So that's my answer.
The takeaway here is young African youth should go in for a PhD because it opens doors for future opportunities and as well for the prestige that it brings and the respect that aligns with it. Those 2 points, those are the ones that I got. Am I right?
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your wonderful contribution. Do anyone has anything to add or to contradict to what our brother was saying before we move to the next person, which is Mommy K? Welcome our mother, our own mother here in Africa Techniques Fitness. We are happy to have you tonight.
Anyway, I will express myself in English because I think it's going to be more better to put the word.
Thank you.
First thing I will start with, I won't encourage someone in Africa to have a PhD. Firstly, because of the fact that a lot of students right now, a lot of our younger brothers and sisters don't even know why they are going to school. They don't know why they are going to school. You see a student that is done having his advanced level, he don't even know what next to do. He just know he has to go to university, get that certificate, wear that gown, show the picture, take pictures and say, oh, I've graduated. What next then? That is where the next question comes. What next? You see him going out to Mokolo and saying, I want to open up a business, or entering into phones and start selling up. Whereas when you ask him, which level are you in? He say, I have a PhD in my pocket. That is what he will answer you. I will not encourage my younger one to go up to that level. Nowadays, our younger ones they are not ambitious like we were before. Because I guess very well, when we were still going to school, we knew why we were going to school. what was the main aim of us having masters or doctorals or whatsoever we had. But now it's not. It's not the same case. For me, I would either prefer someone to go and do a training. I would prefer you have your ordinary level, your advanced level, you go and do a training. Why will I first say that? I'll come to the side of America because I'm here. Even when you have your master's or your PhD, when you come here, they convert it firstly to the level of their studies. That drops already a point. You will not be on master's here, you are going to go less. You are not going to be on PhD, you are going to go less when they convert it. And now you are going to go back again to school. So I will put what will be the need of you having a PhD in Africa and coming here when they convert it, you are still going to go to school again. I would prefer you have your ordinary level. Once you're done your ordinary level, do a training. There is nursing, there is IT, there is what they call these people that the technical side. There are a lot of technical things they can do to have a certificate. Now, if it happens that you play your American lottery and you put that with your ordinary level, is heavier than someone that will just put his documents without a training. It's very heavy. You can even not play American lottery. You can even ask out of a country, any country, for a student something. When you put what you have done, what is your training, the number of years with experience, I would love that you add with the experience on it. You can do maybe a 1 year or a 2 years in a hospital, a good known hospital if you're a nurse, a tech, you can work in a bank, add it to your power so it should give you like an experience of 2 years before embarking now on that journey that, okay, I want to go now out of the country and see what to do. Because now I'm not even going too far. I will go into my family. My own younger sister, the last time I asked her, okay, you are going in for your master's. What next do you want to do after that? What is your plans? She said to come to the US. I said, if it happens you don't have plans to come to the US, what will you do there in Cameroon? She was unable to answer me.
Wow.
She was unable, just because she has focalized herself that with those documents she can come to the US and know what next to do. She was unable to give me a concrete answer. I was waiting for her to really give me a resume of what she will do if it does not work out, that she comes over here. That's why I say a lot of students now are lost. They don't know what they are doing. They go to school for fancy. They go to school for that dress, to take a picture, frame it and keep in their house. Some even go to school because of the do a field because of the fact that their friends are doing the same field. They don't want to be in separate fields. They want to be in the same class. Some follow the crowd. There are a lot that follow the crowd. My friend, maybe we finish advanced level together. This one say, oh, I'm going to go on this side. You, lost as you are, you don't even do research to know which of the courses can I do that is going to be heavy for me if I have a certificate out of it. You follow the other people, you go and have your PhD. Then when it comes down to job opportunities to look in the country, you are not among the people that they are looking for because you were following the crowd. You did not do your own personal research. That's why I cannot encourage someone to do that. I prefer you should do a formation. I told my younger sister, once you are done with that thing that you say you are doing masters, the next year you're going to do, you go and do IT. That's what you go and do. It's my few. I know the money that is inside. You're going to go and do it. It's a 6 months course. When you are done with the 6 months course, there are places where you can start only in Cameroon there before we see how we can apply out of the country. If you ever got blessed, you come here, at least you have the base of what you are coming now to do here. So for now, I will end there. If in case someone will contradict me, I will respond.
Thank you so much, Mommy K. I never knew you were into IT. I know you are really into connecting people together, but I never knew the IT part of you, and I'm happy to learn from it today. And I hope that you're already in our tech community. For those who are here and want to join the tech community, just click on the link on my bio and you will have the WhatsApp link and the link to our platform. It's called Heartbeat, and the link to Telegram. I know Edvish here.
I'm inside. I'm in Discord and WhatsApp. I'm there.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Let me briefly introduce Elvige because it seems as if she has an emergency. I really wanted her to speak because I mean she knows the topic. Elvige here is a PhD holder. We did our masters together at Ames, Cameroon, and she went in for a PhD program in Cape Town. And when she finished graduating, she's now in the United States and she's a professor. She's well versed with this topic. She has been in Africa. She knows the context. Now she's in the United States, so she kind of familiarized with the context as well. So, Edvish, I'll give you the floor to take your time, introduce yourself, and tell us what you think about the topic.
Hello, everyone. I actually wanted to run away. You stop. Yeah, but I'll be very short. Yeah, as Kelly said, we did a masters together, and then I had a scholarship to go to South Africa where I did my PhD there in civil engineering. So if I want to start from Cameroon, what I faced, like, okay, after my masters, what happened for me to actually enroll in a PhD is that when I finished my masters in physics, it was like, okay, now I have a degree, so what next? There was no opportunity for me, like, okay, who do I even know in front to hold my hand? And unfortunately, I went for those how do you say it, those examinations to enter technology school like polytechnic and so on, and even the medical school there. I didn't pass. So my next option was to do a PhD. Like, that was the only option I had left. And after that, I like, during that period, like when I finished my masters, during that holiday before the next year, I was like, okay, I need to apply to Ames because I had a connection with a friend who told me that if you go to Ames, then from there you can apply for scholarships to go to other universities all over, I mean, in Africa or outside Africa. So I applied for that scholarship and I passed. So that's where I met Kaylee, and we did that masters in 10 months. So when I was there, I applied to so many scholarships. Like, the academic director was like, you don't even let you don't let anything pass. I was like, Prof, I'm not seeing any issue, any opportunity for me here. I need to leave this place and go elsewhere. So then that's how I now got my scholarship to go to Cape Town in South Africa. And the PhD wasn't even directly on in my field. But what actually happened is that the way I designed my email to contact those people, the way I did my application was actually very well structured in such a way that though it wasn't straight to my field, I was able to, like, to convince, I won't say convince, but it was just like when the professor read my email, he was like, okay, you send your CV and I can see that your area of interest is very interesting and I think we can work together. So at that point, I was like, I'm going to a country where the first language is English. How am I going to communicate? This imposter syndrome thing. But at the end of the day, I was like, if I was able to have this opportunity, and it means I have the skills, I have all I need in order to succeed. So that's how I now went to South Africa. And from there, I was like, okay, now I'm doing a PhD. But my next option was like, I want a postdoc. Okay, let me even give you like a brief feedback about what will happen when I had my advanced level. I remember when I when I got my result with my advanced level, my elder brother, like, he asked me, what do you want to do? I told him I don't know. So to answer Mommy K, what she was saying, at that time, I didn't even know what I wanted. And he wasn't even in a position to tell me, okay, I'm your elder brother and I want you to do this and that. So I went to the university to do physics just because I was like, okay, I have an advanced level in mathematics and physics. So what's the next thing? So it wasn't like somebody actually um explained to me why I had to do that. I just took that option because I didn't pass this examination to get into those prestigious universities. So yeah, so I'm not surprised that even today there are some students who do not know what they want. I was in that position, and today I'm sometimes I tell myself, if there was somebody who would just hold my hand that time to tell me this is how you can walk, I wouldn't have done a PhD. And as the question of today, I cannot advise anyone to do a PhD unless that is your passion. You are actually passionate about doing that work, because it is not a degree like other degrees. You need to be motivated. You need to have the passion to wake up every day and search for that thing that you are looking for. So like for me, I'm like, I cannot, sometimes I will even say wasted, but I know one day it's gonna pay. I can say I wasted my 5 years doing that research. So, and now being in the US, you realize that they are not there to ask you how many degrees you have. They are there to ask you, what do you know how to do. Even you will see so many jobs out there with a simple bachelor degree, you can do it. But in Cameroon, with a bachelor, it's like you are just starting. You haven't even set your foot anywhere. You are still like, I mean, you just came out to, like, you are just there like that. There's no way for you. And I'm not surprised that Mommy K asked, I don't know if it was her younger sister or her cousin or what, and she couldn't answer her. When you hear about stories about Cameroon these days, it is scary. You don't even know what the next thing, I mean, what is going to happen. And I'm even very worried about that year that is coming tomorrow, because so many things are happening down there. And us being outside, sometimes our people don't even, our relatives don't tell us exactly what is happening, because we won't even understand, because we are not living that life that they are living. So many people don't see like a positive outcome for them there. So the one thing that comes to their mind is, I want to leave this place, right? So now when you come to the US, you will see that there are so many opportunities, but what can you do? You will say that you have a master's, you have a PhD. For me today, I have a PhD, I have master's, but I'm still learning, because the field that I want to integrate, I don't have skills in that. So what must I do? I need to now train myself into whatever I want to do in such a way that I'm prepared. I have the skills required, so that when I start applying, I know that if there are 10 people, I will be among those 10 people. Just because at some point I realized that I I have a background, right? And I always tell myself that the person who will employ me, they will gain so many things, because
Yes,
I know all the skills that I have,
exactly.
and I know how determined I am.
Hmm.
And whenever I set my foot into something, I put all my effort in order to
And the
succeed.
God thing.
So one thing that I will tell people out there, maybe the next generation, don't think that people are going to come and do your thing for you. First of all, you need to be motivated. You need to know exactly what you want. Even if you are still early in your career, look for that person who is going to hold your hand, like show you, like guide you, because today the information is the most important thing. And when you don't have the right information, whatever level of professionalism you are in, you are going to miss it. Don't even think about those small people there. Sometimes they are even lost. They only need our hands to like to hold them and to say, okay, these are the challenges that I've got, like when I was at your level, and this is how I was able to overcome those challenges. We need to encourage them. So that's what I can say, and I'm open for I don't know, critique, training. Yeah.
Thank you
Thank you,
so
Kelly.
much. Thank you so much, Ashley. Ashley, she's an amazing, strong woman. I admire her dedication, her the hard working. When she says she's able to do things, she's looking for perfection. She's not into Linux, but she came into the Linux program that we did at Africa Tech, and she was among the best, and she was there helping other people. But she has never done Linux before. So just kudos to you. We are in this together. We are in the struggle and the hustle together. The purpose of us coming together is for us to be able to succeed together. We believe in you, and as Idris says, just keep holding, never give up. The success is down the corner. Thank you so much, Ashley.
Kelly, it's always a pleasure to to give my contribution, even though
Yeah, I think
yeah.
your story is inspiring,
It
you know.
is.
Yeah, so but don't consider it wasted because you already have a PhD and no one will take that from you. So now the system now, because like you mentioned that you have to do something now. What I don't think it is you that have to do something. It is the system now that is directing you on what to do. Is imposing. It's an imposition now that okay, here this is America. We know you have a PhD in physics, but here before you can have your paycheck done and all of these things, you have to do such a course, such a course. Maybe in doing that course for 6 months or 1 year is enough, but the PhD you have done, that one you cannot do it within that short time. So no one can remove that PhD from you, and your profile will always be amazing because one of the skills that we used to do in Africa sometimes, when we have a lot of qualifications, we don't present them just to get some opportunities. For example, if you want to get a job that the minimum qualification is bachelor's, you put all your other qualifications aside and try to redirect your CV so that when you get into what you want, then later you can just show up. So thank you very much. Your story is inspiring. And as for Mommy K also, I know she's giving her family some practical advice based on what she's facing here. And well, to make things easier for your family, maybe for them to like have the opportunity to come and see things, one of the ways is like you don't have to. They could do a polytech something that will earn them skills to survive. That's good. But you look at what other thing again will give them another more clearer opportunity for them to come here to study, you know. So opportunities are available for students who wants to do masters and PhD here than those who want to do ordinary bachelors. So all of these things should play on your mind. Maybe if the person has already get his bachelor's, is good. Like me, most times what I used to tell my siblings is that you guys are young right now. We don't want you. You cannot give us anything. You cannot give us money. You cannot give us take responsibilities. You don't have kids. You don't have children. You don't have any responsibility on your head. So what should you do as a kid is to go to school. That is just the reason. You just have to like keep yourself busy as a young child. And the best way to do it, whether in Africa, whether anywhere in the world, every parent is proud of his child doing well in school. So when you do well in school, all your parents will be proud of you. So all you need to do, it is an obligation to a child for you to go to school. So just encourage them to go to school, set the bar high for them, you know, let them do at least a degree before they can do any other thing. Set the bar high. When they get it, then they have the opportunity now to do whatever skill job or whatever other things. They would just like adjust their ego and all of that. So let me don't monopolize. I
Thank you
think
so
this is
much,
the advantage. Yeah.
J for Jalo. Thank you so much for your contribution. Let me talk a little bit. One of the things that I learned in Ames Cameroon was to give back to the community. I didn't know that before, but they really taught us well to be able to give back to the community. And since then, it has never left me. I always feel the need to give back in one way or the other. So giving back is not always about giving people money, right? Investing in people career, orienting them, like Mommy K says, many people are going to school, but they don't even know what's next. They don't even know why they're going to school. Why are they taking that particular domain? Like, why are you studying physics? Why are you doing chemistry? Why are you doing sociology? We go to school just because the parents force us to go to school, or because we are obliged to go to school. We go to school for the degrees, to show up, for many reasons. But going down to the why we do things, many people don't know why they do things, and the why is very fundamental in whatever we do. The drive that we do in it is capital, because that's the engine for us to be able to accomplish it. When Elvish was talking, I feel so encouraged, because what we are doing here, we're not doing it for granted, right? The fact of us coming here and sharing our experience and people are listening to us is a way also to give back to the community. And the fact that as embracing leadership in us, wanting to share our knowledge and experience with other people, through the free training, for instance, that we give at Africa Tech, that's another way for us to give back to the community. I mean, in various way, we are able to give back. And for us as elders, it's our responsibility, whether we like it or not, it's our responsibility to hold the hands of our younger generation. And if we fail to hold their hand, we fail part of our mission, because people held our hand for us to be where we are now. I don't know anybody present here that will not testify of the fact that at some point in his life, he had someone that stepped in and helped him in one way or the other. So I just wanted to point that out and to remind people why we do this is because inside us, we feel this need to help people because people helped us. I, for instance, am the product of many helpers. I promise you that if I tell you my story, it has been from one helper to another helper to another helper. So it's in me to help others. And you can only give what you have. I would not give what I don't have, you know. What I have right now is the possibility to encourage people to get into tech. What I have right now is to love people genuinely for who they are. What I have right now is all the values that I embrace and that I can share with others. We run so much about money, money, money that we forget that life isn't about money. And I always point that fact out that life is not about getting up in the morning and going to work and coming back every day. We are always from paycheck to paycheck. We want to make our bank account big. But at what point, I mean, I don't know how to say it, but definitely life is not about money. There is more to life than money. So, if you are interested in tech and you feel that tech is one way to bring out the youth, right, the African youth into whatsoever that they are into, they're procrastinating a lot, they are lost. You feel that you have something to contribute in the development of our African country, join the movement. And I'm grateful to everybody that is supporting the initiative. So I just wanted to point that out. I'm going to give the floor to Miss Fitness. Netcode, I know you were here before, but please, let's just honor our African mama. She's been supporting us a lot. And whenever I see her coming into the panel, I'm always very honored. So, Miss Fitness.
Okay. Hi. I've been taking a couple of notes about what people have said. Let's just remember first that only, I think it's 2% of the global population holds PhDs. So it's not something that is given, it's earned through hard work, sweat, tears, blood. years of sacrifices, years of doubting yourself, beating the imposter syndrome. And even when you're a woman, I don't know if us women, we know how many women in the world have PhDs. So me, I meet a young person who wants to go for a PhD. I will become their mentor and I will tell them, go for it. Go for it. Hold your hand and help you find. That's another thing I always say. We, children of the 80s and 90s, we are what we call microwave society. We want everything now. We think that you wake up in the morning, if you're a farmer, you put, we call them in French, bouture de manioc, you put them on the ground, and then the next morning you have bobolo. That is not how things work. You have to be able to go and do your research. You have to be able, even back home. I hear people talking about, I know who you hang with, who has PhDs in Cameroon. All the PhD holders in my life in Cameroon, they do research. Dr. Jason Mokulu, for example, he has a PhD in something in science or whatever. He's one of the young Cameroonians. I think he writes his papers, his research, gets them published. You have to go and find these resources. You cannot be locked up in your room and you think resources are going to come and knock on your door. Absolutely not. We have people, somebody like I know, like another young person who has a PhD also in health economics, Dr. Adezi. Sometimes I tell him, like, you, my friend, you even became now an activist. Maybe you don't see yourself as such. He writes books. He finds ways to get his work out there. Nothing comes on your doorsteps and you just pick it up and people chew the food and then you just swallow. Absolutely not. And one of the things that appalled me a little bit is like, okay, now I have a sister. Not that I'm taking jabs at you, sis. So you cross the threshold. Like you said, you yourself, you're a good example, pride example. You didn't lay on your back. You went looking for the programs that suits you. Now, I wanted to ask, why don't you mentor young people? Because it's one thing to complain and say that, oh, we don't, in Africa, our young brothers and sisters, they don't have this, they don't have that. Even here in the community, we as African immigrants here in the United States, how many of us are mentoring young people in high school? We have programs here like Big Brothers and Big Sister. We have programs that allow you to be a mentor in elementary school, middle school, and specifically high school, so that you can be that guiding light. Because remember, it's also about race. When you go to other races, that's what they do. The people who have crossed into the light, if I can say that, they come back, they create mentoring programs for the young people. That's what I see happening. So if you don't have a mentoring program, then I'm sorry, you forfeit your right to complain about anything. Our young brothers and sisters, they have access to technology. If you don't tell a young person that instead of you being on social media doing TikTok challenge dances, you can use social media, go to Google Scholar, or even here in America, we have great HBCUs, historical Black colleges and universities. Believe me, they do funding for these PhD programs. They do. If you're a Black person in America, you didn't join the NAACP, for example, and you don't know that the NAACP, even on their website, they have a specific section for education. If you don't know that there's something called the United Negro Fund, where you will go, especially the girls who are in STEM, you will find scholarship for you, young girl, who have a passion for STEM program, and they will pay for your studies for free. So that is like, at the end of the day, you have to go and look for the researchers. You look for these resources. They're not going to come and find you. In Cameroon, for example, I correct the Yali program. That sometimes, and I think I will end with that. I hear a lot of young people saying that there are no opportunities. Yes, there are opportunities, but it's just like you don't know where to look for. And sometimes when those opportunities are available, you cut yourself short. For example, since 2015, I correct the Yali program, the Mandela Fellowship Initiative, where they take young leaders from Africa and they bring them here in the US. that was funded under Barack Obama. Back in the day, they will bring these young researchers, and yes, that's why I'm like, when I hear somebody say don't go for a PhD or whatever, most of the kids who will come here, unless you are something like Idol La Slammers, she also has, I think she has a master's or something, but you have to be highly educated first. And they will sponsor you and they match you. They're not going to match you with PDD, Jaru, or Denzel Washington. They will match you with a university. And when they match you with a university for you to come here, that's when you start building your own network, and then they will guide you if you want funding for PhD programs. Even here in America, the government doesn't have a specific program, unless I missed that part. The US government doesn't have a specific program to be like, here's money for you for your PhD. No. You have to go and Google the schools that will give you scholarship. And sometimes they don't even give you 100% scholarship. They will give you a partial scholarship to fund your PhD. So if our African countries, maybe the government doesn't have it, but believe me, there are organizations out there, like the Yali program, for example. So when you tell people, unfortunately, they never gave me applications from Cameroon to read and recommend. Usually I do Eastern Africa, Kenya, Botswana. I've had a couple of Gambians and stuff. I'm telling you, Black Warrior, when you see these applications, you want to cry. Because young people don't follow the guidelines. So sometimes I'm like, okay, if you want to apply for a PhD program and this is what your application looks like, I do recommendations for people who want to apply for these degrees. You tell somebody, send me a draft of your personal statement. Black Warrior, you read what somebody calls a personal statement. You want to cry. And then when you apply, you get denied. You want to start blaming the system. No, you are just lazy. You are lazy. Because, again, we live in what I call microwave society, where young people think that the world doesn't owe you anything. That's one thing I learned when I came in this country in America, back in 2001. Life doesn't owe you anything. The system doesn't owe you anything. You are the architect of your life. You have that pen, you write your own story. And if you realize, if, for example, like the program you have, when you tell people, come and learn about tech, all you can do is put a resource out there, but you're not going to go and study for that person. You're not going to tell the person, be like their mother behind them and ask them to connect when there's class. Even when they complete the program through you, Black Warrior, you are not going to go and tell the person, now that you have completed the program, go and do your resume and apply. Even if you send them jobs, like, hey, I found this job opening here, they still have to do the work. They still have to do the work. So me, like I said, if I have an advice, and me, I'm big on education, especially girls' education, because for centuries, women were not even allowed to learn how to write their own name. So now we are talking PhD. For every season of, how can I put this, of applications, I always write recommendations. Last week, I think I did 5 for middle schoolers who are applying for the Junior Honor Society. I will support you. And if you want to go for a PhD here in America, you come and see me. I will help you find those fundings. They even have specific programs now, Black Warrior, where people who were past doctorate candidates, they created a little hub just to be able to help those who are struggling in the programs and then help you find the scholarships. But then again, sometimes on social media, you also need to know who you are following. If you put on your Instagram hashtag dissertation, hashtag PhD, you will come across this program like this one that is called Cohort Sisters, for example.
Oh.
Yeah. It's the same thing like you. Some people, instead of coming to your live and listening to what you're saying here, where are we going? We go to the live where girls are shaking their bottoms in underwear. We go to live where they're talking about Coco Emilia's husband who got caught in Senegal or whatever. But here you are, right? You have this hub where young people can come and find the information here. So, me, I would always encourage higher education. Africa needs these PhDs. We need them. Because sometimes we enter some places and they call our African countries. That's why I like my Nigerian brothers and sisters. They will rack up them PhDs and you will be calling them doctors. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Nigerians, they don't play about that. So if you know a young person, like I said, I don't mind mentoring. Me, I'm always like you help through this platform. I mentor in some other ways. Any young person who needs that motivator or whatever, I will hold your hand. Especially if you're a young girl. The future is female. We need highly educated black women sitting at the leadership positions where they make decisions that pertain to our communities every day. When you walk into a room, yes, and there's like, this is Dr. So and so. Even the men in that room, they hold you in high esteem. They give you that respect. So I'm team PhD till the day I die.
Thank you so much, Miss Fitness. I mean, it's always very incredible to listen to you because you are in Bibliothèque des Savoirs, and I think people just undergrade your worth. So, if you are interested in PhD, I will highly recommend you to subscribe to Miss Fitness or even ping her inbox and ask her about all the resources that she mentioned in here. So I just noted two of them, the NAWSCP and the Cohort Sister. I'm going to go do my job and research on those, but she has a lot of those programs that you can just reach out to her, ask her for the question. She has the resources. She will give you the answers. On dit souvent le peuple périt faute de connaissances is that sometimes we don't have the information, but we don't even go looking for it, and we are just there and we are crying, nothing is working, le pays est dû et tout ça là. But sometimes we need to do a part of the job and go towards the people that have the right information and actually take the information from them. So thank you so much, Miss Fitness. I don't know if anybody has anything to add regarding what Miss said. Now I'm gonna give the floor to Let Code. Let Code is the boss of the code, and he's a powerful software engineer. He has a lot of interesting contribution to give it to us as well. Let Code, vas-y.
So, good evening, everyone, or good morning, depending on where you are. So, I will start by saying, why do we even have to ask us the question, do we really need PhD in Africa? Africa is still, the Africa land is, there's nothing that has been done in Africa. Africa is still fresh. We have a lot of research that we need to carry on in Africa. So to me, we don't even need to ask that question for Africa because that's even where we need to have a lot of people doing research. Now, the environment in Africa has made in such a way that people that go for research is their default way. That is, they just have to go because they didn't find work somewhere. So they're not going for research because they want to bring value to the society, but they're going for research because they want to have a job. For example, you go to school, you have your bachelor, you have your advanced degree, you have your bachelor, you still can't find a work with that bachelor. You are forced to go for the master. After the master, you still can't get a job. You are forced to go for the PhD because you know that at the end of the day, after finishing your PhD, you can easily be a teacher and teach in those university or the public university or the private university in your country. So to me, PhD in Africa is really necessary because we need to develop Africa. Africa, there's nothing that has been done in Africa in none of the fields. We have a lot that we need to build in all the fields in Africa. If we go to the tech field, they have a lot to do in the tech field in Africa. We have a lot to do in medical fields in Africa. We have a lot to do even in communication, journalism. We have a lot to do. So I believe we still need PhD in Africa, but not those PhD where people will instead go and do their research out of Africa. PhD in Africa for African, financed by Africans. That's what we need. Where Africans will do research in Africa, in their conditions, in the way things are happening in Africa to bring innovation there.
than to say, okay, because nowadays, when you see most of people that do PhD, they will do PhD because they would know at the end of the day, they'll have scholarship, move to Western world, do their PhD in Western world, and maybe if they don't have opportunities to stay there, they will come back to Africa and teach in those universities. So that's what is happening actually with all those people going for PhD. They're not doing PhD to do investigation in Africa to see, for example, what can we find that can better the life of people living there. That's why we are even asking ourselves, do we really need PhD in Africa? Because we see that most people that are doing PhD is either they do the PhD out of Africa and then go back to Africa as a teacher, not doing the PhD in Africa to solve African problems. So I will encourage not people to go for PhD, but I will encourage companies, because in Western worlds, most of the PhDs are being financed by companies, not even government. You will see, for example, Google will pay scholarship to university for a particular domain he wants a research to be carried on there. And they will be there, they will give money for those universities to have PhD students, and those students will do the research on what they want. Meanwhile, in Africa, we have those type of big companies that can give money to universities to support students to do research, or even the government can also give money to university to support students to do research on specific domain that they want to develop in their country. So I feel like I would encourage people to do PhD, but do the PhD to impact the society you are living in, because that's the essence of doing PhD. To even have the PhD, you have to bring an improvement in science. Improvement in science means that you cannot just go and take something that someone has already worked on and then you write a paper there and the paper will get accepted and get published. No. When you write a paper on specific domain in science, you need to prove that what you are talking about has not been discovered or has not been bring up by someone else. So you have to bring that plus. Meanwhile, in Africa, we have a lot of things that we can do for PhD, but the environment there does not give us that possibility to do that. So if you want to do PhD to look for opportunity, maybe to move to the Western world before doing that PhD, to me, being an African, that is not helping the African community. If you are doing a PhD that is bringing impact to the African community, I believe that is what we need. That's what we need to encourage, than to encourage people that want to do PhD to go to the Western world. Because most of them that do PhD and go to the Western world finally goes back to Africa to become teachers, not to become researchers. And that's why I think there's one medical professor in Cameroon, Professor Bayebek, that was saying after doing their research, you see them sitting in bars drinking alcohol. It's because they don't have things to do. They don't have so their time is for them to go and drink alcohol than to keep on doing the research they know. That's why you see a professor in Africa who end his life maybe in bars drinking. After teaching the few classes he had the whole day, he will go and continue drinking alcohol in bars instead of focusing on developing the science or doing the research for the community. So that's what I would instead bring. I would say I would encourage people to do PhD in Africa to solve African problem than to encourage people to do PhD to move to Western world and then go back in Africa to teach. So that's my contribution about the topic.
Thank you so much, Letko. Thank you so much. We have our sister down there that wanted us to speak in French, and Franklin, c'est son domaine favori de parler en français. Donc, Franklin, tu as la parole.
Now I prefer to learn, to understand. Don't laugh me, please. If you laugh me, I try to speak English like you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go
Je peux
ahead.
parler en français, hein. Je sais pas que j'ai
Non,
peur de
vas-y
parler
en anglais, je vais parler en français. Je vais parler en français plus tard.
Non, je
Vas-y en
sais,
anglais.
je vais vous écouter, vous êtes très intéressant, j'apprends beaucoup. Moi, je ne suis pas un long crayon. Ils arrêté ma part après le bac plus 5. Donc, je préfère écouter
Les gens qui vont donner les conseils, le PhD. Mais pour ma part, lorsque j'ai fini mes études au Cameroun, après mes 5 ans d'études à l'école polytechnique, beaucoup de mes camarades, pour fuir le chômage, il faut qu'on se dise la vérité, pour fuir le chômage, on préférait faire. Malheureusement, chez nous, après ton diplôme d'ingénieur, tu dois avoir fait ce qu'on appelle un master recherche. Donc, beaucoup de mes camarades ont préféré aller faire un master recherche pour fuir le chômage, ou aussi peut-être pour avoir ce master recherche espérer sortir du pays. Parce que c'est à ça qu'on pense. Quand on finit le bac, le diplôme, on veut juste, on veut quitter le pays pour trouver mieux ailleurs parce que bon, les conditions ne sont pas assez favorables, il n'y a pas assez d'emploi. Et certains se lancent à la recherche pour fuir le chômage. Donc, c'est ça, ce motif-là, ces différents motifs-là, c'est pas tout le monde, je précise, c'est pas tout le monde qui se lance à la recherche pour ça. Mais dit, c'est un peu plutôt récurrent de retrouver une personne qui se cache dans la recherche pour fuir les réalités, la dureté de l'emploi. Il préfère aller faire sa recherche là. On dit, gars, c'est comment il dit, je suis chercheur. Je suis chercheur. Il court dans le profil LinkedIn, mais chercheur, chercheur. On ne sait même pas ce qu'il va chercher pour finir faire les thèses sur les silences des gens. Donc, en principe, actuellement, bon, je parle du Cameroun parce que je connais un peu plus du Cameroun. Je parle du Cameroun, jusqu'à présent, peut-être que je ne connais pas, je n'ai pas encore vu des PhD ou des docteurs qui ont résolu ou bien qui ont trouvé une solution à nos problèmes jusqu'à présent. Ils sont juste des grands et des gros bavardeurs. Parce que tu as bavardé dans les chaînes de télévision, on les voit. Et quand ils veulent se présenter, ça prend au moins 5 à 6 minutes pour se présenter. J'ai 18 masters, j'ai 3 doctorats, j'ai des trucs comme ça qui ne font réellement pas avancer notre continent, notre pays. Du coup, je me dis peut-être moi, peut-être je ne connais pas, mais pour ma part, actuellement, si quelqu'un qui veut développer le pays ou veut développer l'Afrique, il va faire la séance, il fait son bachelor ou bien son diplôme d'ingénieur, il développe une solution, il propose et on avance. Les histoires de longs crayons là, tout ça, peut-être parce que la majorité aussi, je me dis peut-être la majorité de nos longs crayons en Afrique ou bien au Cameroun sont des littéraires, professeurs en sciences politiques, professeurs en machine, professeurs en littérature, professeurs en philosophie, les penseurs, les chercheurs, les liseurs. On a dépassé, je ne sais pas si c'était les colons qui obligeaient ces aînés-là à aller faire ce genre de séances. Des séances littéraires qui réellement ne développent pas. Peut-être que ce sont les colons qui les ont obligés à faire ça. Quand ils allaient à l'université, ils avaient les bourses pour aller en France. On les proposait, si c'est ça ou c'est rien, vous n'avez pas à apprendre la technologie, vous n'avez pas à apprendre les mathématiques, vous n'avez pas à apprendre. Peut-être, je me dis. Mais actuellement, là, nous, on a besoin des scientifiques, des vrais scientifiques, les mathématiques, les physiques, les machines, pour réellement développer. On n'a plus besoin des littéraires, des articles 75 alignés à 25. On ne veut pas ça. On veut des gars qui vont venir dire, ici, il faut qu'on creuse, on retire l'eau. Ici, il faut qu'on vienne, on transforme, on sort le savon. Un peu des trucs comme ça. Donc, moi, je me dis, on peut rattraper le gap si on ne banalise pas la recherche. Et le problème aussi, nos chercheurs, comme Idriss a dit, la majorité partent à l'étranger faire des doctorats en mathématiques, en physique. Et ils ne rentrent pas. Ils ne rentrent pas. Ils calent là-bas. Parce qu'ils savent que s'ils rentrent, ils veulent éviter d'aller faire les sittings devant les ministères des enseignements supérieurs pour réclamer le salaire ou bien pour réclamer le recrutement. Ils préfèrent caler où ils ont fait le doctorat. Même s'ils ne sont pas recrutés, ils peuvent faire les petits jobs là dans le pays où ils sont à l'étranger. Parce que s'ils rentrent, ça sera pire. J'ai envie de dire plus pire, mais il n'y a pas le mot plus pire. S'ils rentrent, ça sera pire que ceux qui vivent où ils ont le doctorat. Donc beaucoup, quand ils sortent, l'idée ce n'est pas de rentrer, c'est de caler. Et ceux qui sortent le plus, c'est ceux qui font des sciences qui aident vraiment les mathématiques, les physiques. C'est eux-là qui sortent et pas te caler. Ceux qui restent faire les thèses sur les silences des gens. Ceux qui restent en Afrique, ils restent faire les thèses sur les silences, sur la magnanimité de certains gens. Mais ceux qui sortent sont les gars qui peuvent te faire la science, la vraie science qui aide. On les voit dans les grandes entreprises comme les Mercedes, les machins. C'est eux-là qui développent. Nous, on reste, ceux qui restent au pays, c'est ceux qui restent bavardés. C'est un peu ça le véritable souci. Donc, je ne sais pas si c'est à nous ou bien c'est à la future génération de changer. Peut-être, on espère. Je crois que c'est C'est ma moindre contribution et je préfère vous écouter, vous les...
Merci beaucoup, Franklin. Pour toi, selon toi, on ne devrait pas faire les PhD, c'est ça? Les Africains ne devraient pas faire les PhD.
On doit faire, puisque c'est la recherche qui développe le monde, mais dans des domaines qui aident réellement, pas dans les articles 75, alinéa 65. Il y a trop de gens qui connaissent ça, qui mangent les trucs, quoi. On doit faire des recherches dans la science. Comment transformer, comme Dieu ça dit, comment transformer le cacao, comment transformer, je sais pas, comment transformer même le bois. Le bois, bon, bref.
Non, mais J.K. Diallo disait qu'il y a des personnes qui font les thèses sur la transformation de nos matières premières, mais ça ne voit jamais le jour. Donc, au final, elles proposent des solutions, mais qui ne sont pas implémentées aussi.
Donc là-bas, on va encore parler de politique et de bien d'autres trucs. Bref.
Exactement. C'est pourquoi je disais tout à l'heure que lorsqu'on veut faire la recherche, que ça soit financé par les entreprises qui ont vraiment besoin de cette solution-là. Par exemple, pour ce que J.K. Diallo disait, sûrement quelqu'un fait sa recherche, par exemple, comment transformer le cacao. Lui, il n'y a aucune entreprise qui est en train de le supporter, de le soutenir. Ça veut dire qu'aucune entreprise n'est intéressée à transformer ce cacao. En fin de compte, cette recherche-là serait blaquée dans les coffres et ça ne va jamais servir. Par contre, c'était une entreprise qui finançait, qui a mis son argent en jeu parce qu'il veut commencer à transformer le cacao en Afrique. Tu vois que, en fin de compte, à la fin de cette recherche-là, sa solution serait implémentée et va utiliser pour développer ce filière-là. Donc, c'est pourquoi j'ai dit tout à l'heure, et j'appuie un peu ce que Franklin dit, que s'il faut faire la recherche, c'est de faire la recherche en Afrique pour les Africains. Mais quand il parlait également des domaines scientifiques, beaucoup de gens qui font la recherche dans le domaine scientifique, ils voyagent, ils ne rentrent pas. Ceux qui rentrent, c'est pour aller enseigner. Je me rappelle quand j'avais commencé le master, on avait au moins, je pense que 7 enseignants qui ont soutenu le doctorat cette année-là. Sur les 7, ils ont été recrutés comme enseignants à l'université, mais tous les 7 sont allés à un stage en Europe et plus personne n'est rentré. Jusqu'à le chef de département était obligé de faire leur nom mettre sur la radio s'ils ne rentrent pas. Ils seront considérés comme démissionnaires. Mais jusqu'à là, personne d'entre eux n'est rentré parce qu'ils ne comprenaient pas pourquoi ils devaient rentrer pour aller enseigner. Donc, tu vois, ils ont fait la recherche dans le IT. Ils savaient exactement l'importance du IT pour le développement du Cameroun. Mais vu qu'ils savent que s'ils rentrent au Cameroun, ce n'est pas le gouvernement qui a financé leur recherche, ce n'est pas une entreprise qui a financé leur recherche, ils préfèrent rester eux en Occident et travailler là. Donc, c'est un peu ça. C'est vraiment très compliqué faire la recherche au Cameroun, en Afrique en général, parce que généralement, ces recherches-là sont parfois financées par des entreprises qui sont en Occident. Par exemple, une entreprise, il a besoin de faire la recherche sur un domaine médical, il contacte l'université, l'université va lancer l'appel d'offres pour la recherche. Et les Africains vont postuler, ils vont les prendre, ils vont venir faire la recherche là. La recherche ne va jamais rentrer au Cameroun. Ça va rester à l'entreprise qui avait besoin de faire cette recherche là. Donc, je pense qu'on doit simplement revoir. Comme quelqu'un a dit dans les commentaires, il y a aussi l'action politique qu'il faut voir et il y a aussi les entreprises qui doivent aussi changer leur façon de penser. Parce que plein de nos entreprises sont des bails Amsterdam, malheureusement.
Je peux avoir une motion, s'il vous plaît.
Oui, Miss Fitness,
Je ne
allez-y.
suis pas d'accord. Comme j'ai dit, quand vous ne fréquentez pas les gens, excusez le terme, hein, on devient les abonnés de FC Congocha. Combien d'entre vous ici connaissent l'organisation qu'on appelle CRID? C-R-I-D. Je vais vous inviter à aller sur Facebook, allez voir leur page. Ça, c'est docteur Cyril Ndo. Voilà, c'est lui qui a fondé le CRID. Il a donc fait son PhD et tout. Il est revenu au Cameroun. Et à travers cette organisation, ils ont les partenariats, même avec les universités ici aux États-Unis. Ils font les études, par exemple, pour trouver le traitement contre le paludisme qui décime les gens chez nous. Cette recherche est au Cameroun. Ils ont le partenariat avec la NIH, qui est ici à Bethesda, au Maryland. Ils ont les partenariats avec Howard University. Ils ont les partenariats avec UPenn. certains de leurs étudiants défendent leur thèse de doctorat au Cameroun et ont des boulots avec le Centre Pasteur. Moi, ça me fait bizarre dans mes oreilles lorsqu'on veut faire comme si, déjà pour commencer, c'est pas le gouvernement qui finance les PhD. Même ici aux États-Unis, even here in the US. C'est pour ça que je dis, sauf si un jour tu as déposé ton dossier de candidature pour un PhD, you will not know how the process works if you never applied for it. Otherwise, it's all speculations. Ce ne sont que des spéculations. Donc, moi, je ne connais pas les autres pays d'Afrique, je ne connais pas, mais je connais pour le Cameroun. Nous avons bien des chercheurs au pays qui sont dans des organisations qui sont bien, comment dire, qui sont des renommées internationales comme le CRI. Moi, particulièrement, bon, je ne vais pas dire que je prends offense, oui, mais je vais prendre offense quand j'entends déjà dire que les gens ne font que les thèses si tu choisis, aller boire de la bière est un choix. Le gouvernement n'a jamais forcé quelqu'un à acheter la bière. Moi, j'ai jamais bu d'alcool dans ma vie depuis que je suis né. Pourtant, je fréquente des gens qui boivent. So, it's a personal choice if you drink. Donc, moi, particulièrement, comme je dis, je ne connais pas tout le monde. I don't know who you hang with, parce que c'est aussi ça. On dit que la manière qu'on voit la vie dépend des gens qu'on fréquente. Moi, les PhD que je connais, même au Cameroun, ce sont des gens qui font des choses phénoménales pour notre terre natale. Comme par exemple, je dis, allez Google Dr Sirindo. Il a assis au Cameroun. Vous allez voir, allez mettre même ses travaux de recherche. Allez lire les livres. Voilà quelqu'un qui veut traiter. Parce que quand on dit que non, au Cameroun, on ne traite rien, les doctorats sont là pour seulement bavarder. Voilà quelqu'un, il veut trouver la solution pour guérir le paludisme et éradiquer le paludisme de manière complète. Non seulement au Cameroun, mais dans toute l'Afrique. Moi, je vais dire qu'au lieu de généraliser, juste parce que tu connais 2 ou 3 ou 4 PhD dans ton cercle immédiat, qui n'ont rien foutu avec leurs longues études, il ne faut pas généraliser tout le monde. On a besoin de tout le monde pour bâtir notre Afrique. On a besoin de toutes ces filières-là. Parce que quand quelqu'un va venir me dire que non, par exemple, ne fais pas les études en anthropologie, on a besoin des anthropologues. Tu vas venir dire que ne fais pas les études en sociologie, on en a besoin. Ne fais pas les études, je ne sais pas, en matière littéraire. On a besoin de toutes ces matières-là. Le monde n'a jamais été conçu uniquement par les scientifiques, je suis désolé.
Okay, I don't know if I can come in at this stage. Miss Fitness, I think I understand what you are saying. We will not say that it is 100%. Always there are exceptions.
Exactly.
But we want to look at the generality here in this case, in these cases of our professors. Like me in Sierra Leone, most times when you see not even the PhD, the professors, the one that are beyond PhD, sometimes you see them, you don't even feel like going to school. You know what I mean? The kind of dresses they wear, the kind of behavior they do. You don't even, you start asking yourself, am I going to school to become this kind of person? You know what I mean? So there are a lot of things that are happening there. Like the person you mentioned, he might be lucky, maybe 1 out of 10, we have organizations, people like I've mentioned Dr. Jai in Sierra Leone. Dr. Jai is working, he's both a lecturer and a researcher. He has received, he received a lot of funding on doing researches. You know what I mean? So that's why he does a lot of things. He works in this pandemics, this emergency diseases that comes. He does a lot of researches, and I agree with you also that when you say to me, just like you have said, there is no education that is not good. You know what I mean? There is no education that is not good. Everything we learn in this world, as long as it is education, if you know how to work around it, it can bring you benefit for yourself, you know. But people, the thing is, people who are learning today, they are looking for money rather than services. You know, you can be educated without money, but please don't be educated without rendering services of what you have learned, no matter how little, no matter how little it is. Like me, for example, I did engineering in telecommunications in my country, Sierra Leone. But I noticed that the telecommunication industry, the kind of way the job market is there in my country is crazy because the telecommunication companies, they sublet, they give these contracts to other companies who will employ you, and they will suffer you. You will do absolutely nothing about it. You know what I mean? For example, Orange. I know Orange is a telecommunication company that cuts across West Africa. Maybe it might be in Cameroon, it is in Guinea, it is in Sierra
Yeah, it's in
Leone.
Cameroon.
Yes, Orange. For example, Orange, maybe the whole of Cameroon, they only have like one or two of telecom engineers. All the other engineers are engineers of other companies. You understand? Who the like the subcontract. I don't know. I've forgotten how they call that in French. Sous-traitance, something like
Oui,
that.
sous-traitance, yeah.
Yes. So this company that are being given this subcontract, when they employ you, they just give you 6 month contract. They don't pay you better money. You know what I mean? So I find it very difficult to expand what I've learned in my telecommunication engineering in my country. But I want to be of services to my people. You know what I mean? So I was involved in a lot of community services, a lot of other things, which earned me this scholarship that I'm doing right now, which is far different from what I learned. Now I am doing international peace building, conflict resolution at community local level, because that's what I've been doing, working with USAID, working with other international organizations. I had my NGO, which I used to like involve. Africa, we have a lot of troubles when it comes to elections, when it comes to community issues, when it comes to tribalism, religions, and all of these things. So I played a very great role in dialogue, in bringing people together, in trying to solve problems, and through that I had this scholarship. But if I were to continue to stay in America, for example, I would prefer like, okay, looking. That's why when somebody was mentioning about IT and all of these things, even recently I'm thinking of, okay, trying to get some skills, even if I'm going home, but let me try to get some skills in the IT industry. And I was looking for those opportunities. And I'm happy I joined this live today. Maybe it will open more doors for me. You know what I mean?
We are
So
happy to have you here.
to close it down, there is no bad education, but what you should do when you are educated, be of services to the community, to your, even if it is the least village, the least village, just be of services. Just try to serve. Just try to use the little education you have to do something. Don't just, those who want to go do PhD is good. Go do your PhD. Make yourself useful in whatever domain you are. If you are in the American domain, make sure you know what you are doing and do it good and do it properly and understand it. That's it.
I have to agree with you on that. That is true. That's the reason I particularly I don't like that feeling that people are looking down on those who chose the path of higher education. If you chose to go after money and that's the basis of your life, that's your choice. Because the debate we are having today, it reminds me of the debate sometimes we have about career choices in America. When immigrants come here, people tell you, oh no, don't go and become a teacher. Teachers don't make any money. Even if that's your passion, go and do nursing. Go and do security. That's where there's a lot of money in nursing. But are you passionate? Are you a nurse because that's your calling and you really want to help people heal when they're sick? Or are you there to collect a paycheck? So at the end of the day, that's what I'm saying, that no matter the career that you choose, if you're passionate about it, it won't look like a job. So some of our sisters who chose the nursing path, and then you hear the reviews, they'll be like, oh yeah, African nurses are very mean. They don't smile. They're all this because they're there for the money. They are not there because they care about the patients. And that's another reason you will go to nursing homes and you read a lot of cases of abuse, elderly abuse, patients that are not changed on time because somebody was supposed to be the most amazing teacher the world has ever seen, but decided to chase after money and went in the field of nursing where now she's abusing patients. So
Wow.
even with IT, don't join this fear. I remember when a Black Warrior started, she said, you have to be passionate about this IT field. Because if you say you're coming in for the money, money is going to look sweet at the beginning. But then at the end of the day, once you do it year in, year out, you're going to become an a-hole. And then you're going to start making mistakes, the kind of mistakes that will cost you a whole career. So I agree with you. Me, it doesn't matter. You have a master's degree, you have a bachelor's degree, you have only a bachelor's degree or even a high school diploma. To me, personally, are you a decent human being? Do you treat humanity with kindness? And most importantly, do you use your skills to mentor the young people? Our young generation, they are going through so much. Most of us, we were not exposed to the kind of things
True.
we have, these kids are going through now. So if you can, that's what I'm like. It bothers me, even in our African immigrant community here, where people have these degrees, they have these things, they even have businesses. On a day in a high school, they have career day. We cannot count on our people to come to these high schools. And I hope Black Warrior, please contact the local middle schools and high schools in your area and ask them when they have your career day and go talk to the kids there about what you're passionate about. Our children need to see at all levels of our professional careers, representations of ourselves. Representation matters. We can't all be in sciences. We need lecturers. We need, if everybody, let's say worst case scenario. Okay, we decide that nobody PhD, let's all go chase after money. Now your kids walk into the university and all they see is professors from other races. How many of you, if you've been to university here in America, you walk into a classroom and you saw somebody who looked like you with an African accent like you? Weren't you excited to see him? There goes somebody who probably chose to become the university professor that most people are demeaning here, even in America, and chose to come and represent us in our universities. For example, me, I like to talk with example. Kids, Cameroonian kids who go now to MIT. You walk into MIT and you sign up for a class and you see Dr. Arsène Temabiwele, who is Cameroonian. You see that young brother standing there. You say that this is a guy who went to Polytech in Cameroon. This is a guy who eats ndolé, a coquille, poulet DG, just like me. It does something to your spirit. But imagine if he said that he is going to go and chase after money. Will we have somebody like him at university?
No.
So at the end of the day, that's I'm going to conclude with it. Please don't look down on nobody's career. We need everybody. Africa needs all fields. We need everyone. Everyone is needed. Everyone. No career is higher than the other. No one is lesser than the other. We need every little bit of pebble to bring this giant to its feet. And there are programs available out there. You just need to take your time. If you can, I will maybe like close my mouth later. If you have a HBCU in your area, contact the African Studies Department for some programs. You will be amazed. There's the amount of money that is out there to help you fund your NGO, to support your NGO, to help you fund your studies and all that. There is money available. You just need to know where to look for. And it takes time to find those resources and have access to them. Thanks.
I think
Thank you
I
so
think
much,
I'm
Miss
kind of
Fitness.
I think I'm a little bit confused here. It seems that we're going off the subject or something.
We are even
Um,
almost done with the live. This was a quick live,
yeah.
so
Okay. All right. All right. So it's kind of I mean I guess I didn't hear anyone. Anyway, let me just be quiet. Go ahead. Like close your line.
let Code go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say to Miss Fitness that when we were talking about PhD in Africa, not everybody does what the CRID is doing. How many of them are there? Because that's the issue. That's the issue that we are trying to point out. Many people in Africa go for PhD not because they are passionate with that, because the system in which they are force them to go up to the PhD level. After the bachelor degree, some of them want to get the job, but they can't have the job. They go to the master. After the master, they can't have the job, they go for the PhD. So most of the time, those people that are on PhD, they're not there because they wanted to do the PhD. They're not there because of their passion. They're there because they wanted to, at least at the end of the day, have a job. And that's what we are trying to point out. We are not saying going for PhD is not good. That's why I said, if you want to go for PhD in Africa to solve African problem, I strongly recommend that. I strongly recommend that. And if you are just going for PhD because you are looking for a job, that's not a good thing. And that's why most of them, not all of them, I precise again, not all of them, most of them that go for PhD and they have opportunity to move out of the country for their PhD research will not go back to Africa. They will remain where they went for their PhD, because they were not there because they were passionate about the thing. They were there because they were trying to survive in life. They were trying to have money. They were trying to have a job. So to me, not all of them that are going for PhD would end up maybe staying in Europe or what, but the proportion of people that succeed in coming back to give back to their community with a PhD is very, very small. Is very, very small. Most of them that fall back, either they continue doing their teaching job and then just maintain their teaching, or they will go and stay abroad. Few of them will do what you just pointed out with the CRID. Few of them will do that. Because I can point, for example, Professor Twente, who was a professor in my department, in computer science department at the University of Yaoundé 1. He had a lot of programs that today, even all those programs are even shut down because most of the students that passes through that program and move abroad never return. When they reach abroad, that was all. You understand that most of them that were going for the PhD, they were not going because they were passionate about the thing or they wanted to be teachers. They were going because they were looking for financial security. And that's why I said, let African do PhD to solve problems in Africa. Because when you know that you have a problem that you want to solve in Africa, you are passionate about the problem, you are passionate about the idea, and then you'll be passionate about doing the PhD. It's just like a founder that has his idea that wants to build his startup. He's passionate about the idea. Everything that he does is about that idea. So if you want doing PhD with an idea that you want to solve a specific research problem, you'll be passionate about it. There's even one mathematician here on TikTok, Dr. Clotitio. She's so passionate about mathematics that she even talks about mathematics, how you can use mathematics to solve real life problems. Those are people that go in for PhD because they really love the thing. But where is she? She's not more in Cameroon. Meanwhile, we need most of the problem that she's trying to solve. We can solve those problems in Cameroon. But who is going to finance her to do the research on those things? There's nobody. There's nobody. Because you were talking about CRD having finance from the United States and all over. What happens to those companies in Africa that can finance those researchers to solve problems in Africa? Because I always said people will invest their money in something because they have interest in it. They have to gain. This life is about you gain what, I gain what. If I invest my money and in return I can't gain something from that money, then why am I going to invest my money? So all those companies that are up here in the Western world financing PhD in Africa is because they have something to gain. What happened to those companies in Africa? Can they not also finance researchers in Africa? So that's my main question, and that's what I was talking about. So if anybody can also take the floor and brings his own contribution, that would be good. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Let Code. I don't know if anybody has any other thing to
Tu
add.
as parti, tu as parti. Hein?
Ouais, ok.
Peut-être que tu es parti. Comme je dis, tu as parti. Tu es à Mokolo.
Coach Rene est là. Coach Rene, hello. Coach Rene, I really want to know what you think about the subject. We've really brought up interesting opinion, but if you let me send you the invite. Et puis Monsieur Pat aussi vient d'arriver, c'est chaud, hein? Tonton Pat, voilà le sujet. Voilà
Non,
le
tu ne parles
sujet,
plus à
bienvenue.
Mokolo. Tu ne parles plus à Mokolo.
So the question is, do Africans really need a PhD? Like I said earlier today in the question we're asking the group today, we need PhD insofar as we need teachers, people who do research and then bring some knowledge, right? But if I knew then what I know now, I wouldn't have gone for a PhD because for me it was a complete waste of my time. Right? Unless I was doing research in academia or being a professor somewhere, sure. If you want to be a professor in academia, yes, then a PhD is worth it. If you want to do research, yes, PhD is important. But to be a regular Joe Blow, 9 to 5, whatever it is, you don't need a PhD. I mean, it doesn't give you anything beyond what you need to know. You need a 4-year degree, done. That's it. And then go to work and then learn a skill. That's my opinion. Believe me, I mean, I went through 10 years of university, and I don't use my PhD knowledge except when I'm writing books or reading some people's thesis just to review them. But in my day job, in all my 35 years in all my 25 years in business, I've never used my knowledge for any job I've ever had or any contract, never. But I have colleagues who are professors who give me pieces to read, to review and critique. Today, I do that today just because I want to keep up, right? But beyond academia, I don't see why you need a PhD. This is only for people who do research or teach. That's it. So Africa needs PhDs. Yes, we need that little knowledge to broaden things. But for one PhD, we need like 50 like regular people. One for 50 or one for 100, at least. Right? So I give it back. Please. Who's this? Who's Miss Venus there?
Et ça que ça va te chauffer dans le panel si je suis.
Like I said, knowing now what I know, if I had this knowledge then, right? If I had this knowledge then, I would have just finished my 4-year degree, gotten a job, started doing my thing. Of course, I've done well over time. I've done well, but my roommate in college, a guy from Quebec, Marc, when he finished, a 4-year degree, he became a home builder. Right? He started building homes. Me, I went to do my master's degree, right? And I was broke for a long time. I was broke for a long time. I don't know anybody who's rich doing a PhD. They're all broke. Huh? I don't know anybody who's doing PhD and who has money. They're all broke, all of them. right? So the question was, if I can advise somebody to do a PhD, I would say, listen, if you don't have a job, sure, keep going to school, become a professional student. But if you can have a job, start making money, then go to school part-time to earn that PhD just because you want to earn a PhD. But full-time is not worth it unless you want to be a researcher or professor. That's my opinion.
I want to give the floor to Miss Fitness. So,
It's this
Coach
hypocrisy. If
Rene.
I've known what I know now, my brother, first of all, a PhD takes so long for you to write that thesis. If you knew that you wanted money, nobody forced you. And since you're regretting, return it. Yeah, because yes. Go, like I said, tell people, because I am sure that, or if I ask you for your LinkedIn, that PhD is there and it's listed. So since you're regretting having it, moving forward in 2025, take your doctorate degree, burn it, okay? Burn your paper down, remove your title, since nobody's making money out of it. And that's another thing. I heard you, and that's what we do as Africans. I talked about it earlier, about people who choose careers here, not out of passion. Because when we always like to compare our lives to other people's lives. You have your own path. You have your own path. Your friend Mark, who decided to go and do whatever while you were going to school, if you went and asked him, maybe him himself, and that's the thing with us human beings, right? I would sit here and start comparing my life to Black Warrior's life. Meanwhile, she is probably comparing her life to mine too. While I'm here beating myself up to death, having all these regrets, she's sitting over there be like, oh my God, I wish I had the drive that this person had to go for a PhD.
Did you hear anything I said?
So, no, sir, I was muted. My turn. Please. Me, like I said, the most important thing in life is for you to live a fulfilling life. Be happy with the choices that you've made. Me, I have no regrets whatsoever. And I'm a proud holder of them multiple PhDs. Yes, I will never ever stand because in the crowd and tell people if I knew what I knew then, otherwise I'd even regret losing my virginity too. But it's done. Okay? Yes. Otherwise, I will regret even, I'll be like, you know what? Why was I even born? Now I'm here as a woman. I'm paying for sins of a woman called Eve who gave an apple to somebody. I wasn't there. Why am I paying? Now I have period cramps. I have PMS. And then they're telling me I have to look up to menopause. I have to give birth to children in pain. Why am I paying for suffering that I never caused? So me as a mentor, and I mentor a lot of young people, I would tell them, and I said that earlier before you got to the live, a young person comes to me, they like, and the way they do, because I have a mentoring program, I want to go for a PhD. Do you regret earning a PhD and multiple ones? My response will always be, go for it. I am here to support you. I will hold your hand. I will pray for you when it gets hard. Yes, because nobody forced you to apply for a PhD program. You sat down as a grown, mature adult with all your vaccines, and you decide to apply for that program. So now that you finish suffering through defending a thesis, through sleepless nights, now that we are supposed to be as a community to count you among the 2% of the people in the world who have done research that can benefit our community, people are here be like, if I've known what I've known now, I wouldn't have done it. Too late. Who goes and loses your virginity? You've already done the deed. You are not a virgin anymore. So you're going to be Dr. Coach Rene for life, whether you regret it or not. And we will be proud to call you Dr. Rene in our community. That here is one of our brothers. He went through this rough path because, again, not everybody, because I hear people talking about PhD like you can walk into a store and they hand it to you.
Miss
You
Fitness.
sit and you study and you read. The people, I've had candidates call me crying. People go through depression while they're writing their thesis. And especially when you have a community that doesn't support you. They tell you that, oh, why are you even doing a PhD? You know what? You should be like Amaka. Amaka went and became an RN, and now she has built a big house in the village. That's what they tell you. So me, like I said, to each his own. I don't live my life. Personally, I don't live my life to compare to anybody else. Every single decision I've made in my life, I own up to it, and I'm very proud of it. Yes.
Yes.
Me, yes. And that's what I tell the young people that I mentor. Be proud of every single thing that you have endured to become the person you are right now. Some other people started PhD programs, they gave up on it because, yeah, they want to listen to, I don't even know where people get this statistic from. If you never applied for a PhD program and gotten into the program, you don't know the grueling work that it takes. You are going to come and think that it's a walk in the park. It takes a toll on people, a whole lot. So nobody's forcing nobody to go and do a PhD, but please, if you are planning on doing one and need a recommendation, my inbox is open for you. If you need me to help you find
Some people,
scholarships, my inbox is also open for you. But I hope 15 years from now, you will not be in another panel after I've helped you, held your hand, wipe the tears away, cook bitter leaf for you while you're trying to study, brought you Dole and all that, and then you have the nerve to get on a panel and be like, oh my God, I shouldn't have done a PhD. It means that you are literally, excuse my terms, you are insulting everybody who supported you while you were going through this journey, because it is a journey. And I will rest my case. Let's go look for money.
what if some people just want to use this as to get some travel opportunities, you know? Some people just want to get this PhD so that they can get out of Africa. You
Some
know,
people use other women. You use people's children, you lie to them that you want to marry them for love, but you use them for papers too. So everybody has a path that they use, to each his own.
So let me.
Please, let's give the opportunity to Coach Renee to reply back to what Miss Fitness was saying. Because c'était fort, hein? C'était fort.
Let me say
Alors,
this.
t'as porté le live.
The question was, would you recommend somebody, your younger peer, to do a PhD? Then I said, if that's your only choice, sure. But if you have another path forward, then take it. And I know why I'm saying this, right? There is nothing wrong with doing a PhD, but do it if you really want to be a professor or do a researcher. But by and large, you won't need it in your real job unless you do research. You won't need it. If you got a PhD in something, then you become a simple engineer doing like building bridges. You will never use a PhD. That's my point. Why go through 6 more years of study to get a paper that you will never use? What's the point of that? That's my argument. Get your 4-year degree, go do something else with your life, and then go do a PhD part time while you're making money. We all here to make money. We're not here to collect degrees. We're here to make money. We're not here to collect degrees. Nope. By the way, I went to PhD because I didn't have a choice. I was a foreign student with no job. I just kept going to school. That was my only way to stay in Canada. Otherwise, I would have gone back home. I had a scholarship. That's why I kept going. Because it was free money. Basically, just keep going. It just kept going. But I've had a PhD for a long time now, and I don't use it in anything I do in my day-to-day life. Hey, I'm a buy and sell them right now. I'm buy and sell them. Am I using that PhD for doing anything? No. It's a complete waste of time. That's my opinion, based on my life experience. So what's the problem? Free to choose their path, and I was giving simple advice. If I was given a job at a firm after my 4-year college degree, I would have taken it. You take that 4-year degree, after 6 years in a company, you are way ahead of a PhD guy. Way ahead in terms of money and experience and everything. Way ahead of them. Most PhDs are broke, period. They're broke.
Okay. Yeah, I can talk now. Je peux prendre.
Yes, Monsieur Pat, allez-y.
No, I'm quiet now.
Okay. Alright, je vais répondre à la question. Je ne sais pas de quoi vous avez déjà parlé. Bonsoir tout le monde. Bonsoir Kelly. Bonsoir les autres là.
Bonsoir, Monsieur
Oh,
Pat.
alright. The question is, do Africans really need PhD? Can we encourage the young generation to do PhD in Africa? Okay. Que ce soit PhD ou pas, moi, j'ai déjà dit que on doit arrêter d'avoir trop d'universités de long crayon au Cameroun. Ok. Et raison simple, c'est parce que nous avons besoin de bâtir un pays. On a beaucoup trop de théoriciens et on n'en a pas besoin. On a besoin de on a besoin de beaucoup de personnes qui vont se mettre au travail. Je ne sais pas si les gens réalisent vraiment, je crois qu'on justement ne comprend pas vraiment l'impact. Si on avait des gouvernements sérieux qui pouvaient s'asseoir et dire voici les projets de 15-20 ans pour bâtir des ponts, pour faire des échangeurs, pour ne serait-ce que mettre des hôpitaux pardon, capables, pour, je sais pas, superviser des laboratoires, pour créer des commissions dans des ministères, pour euh, afin que les recherches se fassent et qu'on collabore avec l'entreprise de domaine pharmaceutique. Tout ça. Donc, il y a tellement de boulot qui pourrait être créé. Moi, personnellement, moi, je n'ai pas un PhD. Est-ce que je compte faire un doctorat plus tard? Yes. Mais ce n'est pas parce que je trouve que ça va me donner de l'argent. Ce sera une porte ouverte pour quelque chose. Le problème, la problématique en fait dans la vie souvent, c'est à quel moment faire ça et est-ce qu'on connaît vraiment les raisons. Il faut pas qu'on se mente, hein. Beaucoup d'entre nous, on a pris des décisions dans la vie. C'est pas pour dire qu'on regrette les décisions. Quand on pose une question comme celle-ci, c'est justement parce qu'on veut demander aux gens qui sont déjà allés devant, qui ont eu des années
Exactement.
d'expérience, qui ont vu les choses. Do you think you would have changed something? Of course, somebody can say, I should not have done a PhD. What's wrong with that? And then another person can say, don't undermine the efforts of those who supported you. No, it's not undermining. It's like a child living and their parents support them all the way they go to med school. And then they say, I don't want to do that anymore. I want to be an actor on Broadway. What are you going to do? They become an actor on Broadway. It may hurt the parent. C'est des choses comme ça que moi me prépare en tant que parent. Moi, j'ai souvent dit à mes enfants que les choix que vous ferez demain, sachez que vous allez porter ça seul. Je ne serai pas ici tout le temps. Tant que moi, je sais que je vous ai donné le max, vous faites ce que vous voulez. Alors, faire le PhD aussi en tant que part-time is harder. Donc, particularly because I've had people very, very close to me who've done it. I would not advise anybody to do it if they want to do it. Don't do it while working. Moi, honnêtement, ne le faites pas. Si vous avez les moyens, il se fait que parfois les moyens font défaut, mais quand on a les moyens, il vaut mieux être off. Peut-être vous prenez un petit job à côté. Peut-être juste pour vous garder actif, prenez un petit job. Mais un truc de 9 to 5 sérieux où on a vraiment les performance evaluations, all those things going on. Oh my gosh. Ça, c'est augmenter son stress. Bon, maintenant, pour l'Afrique, on a besoin de PhDs. Moi, j'irais avec le même ratio. Peut-être un PhD pour 100 non-PhDs ou même peut-être plus. La raison, c'est parce que, comme j'ai dit, le PhD est un grand théoricien qui peut ouvrir beaucoup d'avenues pour que les autres travaillent. Aujourd'hui, les gens qui sont PhD, par exemple, pour faire la différence dans le monde du travail, si vous n'avez pas un PhD, OK, il y a certains domaines où on ne vous donnera, je vais être vraiment pratique là maintenant, je parle des États-Unis, puis je vais revert en Afrique, Il y a les domaines, par exemple, dans la NASA, avec le ministère de la Défense, ou si vous n'avez pas certains genres de PhD, même ministère de la Santé, on ne peut pas vous prendre dans les domaines où on a besoin de donner les fast security clearance. And the reason is why you can have all the master's level, very high knowledge. The reason is why is because we know that if we put you in a field, let's say tomorrow something big comes up, right? Il y a la Russie là-bas, il y a l'Ukraine, il y a all these things. And then we need to research very fast on how to do a new thing. The PhD person is able to go read literature, come back, apply, do these different things, and then give enough work for help the director work for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years. Donc, c'est dans ce sens-là qu'on a besoin des PhD. Même chose en Afrique. Si on a besoin de ça, il faut d'abord qu'on ait un gouvernement qui soit clair. Le problème, en fait, c'est qu'on a beaucoup de diplômes and then we don't we don't know what to do with them. Les gens en Afrique qui ont ces doctorats-là, c'est une bonne chose. Moi, j'encourage ça, mais il faut qu'ils soient vraiment pointus. Parce que nous savons tous qu'il y a beaucoup de gens là-bas qui finissent même les PhD et n'ont jamais vraiment vu les vraies choses sur lesquelles ils travaillent. La pratique n'est pas là. C'est pour ça que c'est mauvais en fait. Mais pour répondre strictement à la question, do we need PhDs in Africa? The answer is yes, but in small numbers. Oui, on doit vraiment préconiser que les gens soient pratiques. C'est ça qui va nous sortir. Par exemple, ce que vous faites avec votre école Black Warrior et tous ces trucs. Il y aura besoin demain d'avoir beaucoup comment on appelle ça? Beaucoup j'ai même posté sur WhatsApp aujourd'hui qu'on a besoin de faire plus de, comment on appelle ça, plus de incubators. On a besoin de que les gens travaillent. People need to be like ready to run when they hit the workforce. On a beaucoup de travail en Afrique. On peut pas prendre toutes ces belles sagesses, des intelligences, et les mettre dans le programme de PhD. Moi, je suis pas d'accord. Donc, si je veux un choix, est-ce que je pourrais parler au ministère de l'Éducation dans tous ces pays, pas seulement comme tous les pays francophones là, on doit retool. Les BTS n'étaient pas une mauvaise idée. Le problème est qu'on ne les a pas valorisés pour entrer dans le workforce. There's a step missing, and to me, that step is about having those incubators. Les incubateurs, c'est ce qu'il manque.
Yeah.
C'est ce qu'il manque dans toute la chaîne là. So, on doit retool. Les universités, on a réduit les effectifs dans les longues études. On a besoin de développer le pays. Donc, voilà, je m'arrête là. J'espère que j'ai été clair. C'est nécessaire, mais pas le temps. Non,
Bonjour à tous.
Je ne suis pas d'accord avec Pat à 100% du fait qu'il dit on a besoin d'un nombre réduit des chercheurs d'un PhD en Afrique. Parce que je dirais, quand on parle, si on regarde le contexte occidental, on dit, OK, on veut juste rester à prendre la technologie qui est au contexte occidental et appliquer en Afrique. Je dirais, oui, je suis tout à fait d'accord avec toi. Mais si on veut développer l'Afrique en gardant le contexte africain, on a besoin des chercheurs africains pour résoudre ce problème dans ce contexte-là. Donc, c'est pourquoi je dirais, on a besoin des chercheurs, on a besoin des gens qui doivent faire la recherche en Afrique pour résoudre les problèmes africains. Ça peut-être le nombre, on n'a pas besoin que le nombre soit grand, mais on a aussi besoin que le nombre soit petit. Donc, on a besoin d'un nombre, comme vous-même vous avez dit tout à l'heure, quand on fait la recherche, c'est pour ouvrir, pour donner la possibilité à beaucoup d'autres personnes de travailler sur ce domaine de recherche-là. Et si en Afrique, on n'a pas assez de chercheurs pour faire la recherche dans tous ces domaines qui existent, qui ne sont pas exploités dans le contexte africain, comment est-ce qu'on va donc donner l'opportunité à ceux qui ne font pas la recherche de travailler dans ces différents domaines-là? Donc, je pense qu'on a besoin des chercheurs en Afrique, un nombre considérable, mais pas un nombre petit.
Hello, can I take the floor?
Yes, soft talk.
Okay. I'll first start by answering directly to the question. Personally, I think education is like I would say for rich people because you can't go to school if you can't afford it. That's the first point. And
Mhm.
personally, I would recommend to a sibling to mine. So far as your parent, your mom, your dad can pay for it, going for it. If you have the desire to do that, you have the will, pardon. If your parents can do that and you can do that and have the will, bro, going for that. To answer to what a brother earlier said, like PhD, people use PhD to travel. I think that is fake. It does not. I've never seen somebody use a PhD to travel. People use
No,
bachelor,
no, wait a
masters.
minute. Wait a minute. What he says is you can use it as a means to travel. People
Ah,
actually
okay.
have postdocs, right? People, when you do your PhD in Africa, you go in for postdoc scholarships. I know many of my friends, they got the scholarship for their postdoctoral research in foreign countries. So you can actually use that as a way for you to travel.
Ah, okay. Oh, if
As an added advantage,
Exactly.
okay, in
because
that
there are more
case,
opportunities for it. That's what I meant.
Thank you.
okay,
Thank
in
you.
that case, I'm okay with that. To continue my words, what I can say to what Coach Rene said and Mr. Pratt said, I'm like, it's not the problem of the number of PhDs we need. Because I'll take example on China. China, the main objective of China till nowadays is to produce as many as engineers and PhD as they can have. Why? Because they have the population. Cameroon is 30 millions. So we will always have that workforce like to do the hard job. It's not like we won't never lack the workforce. That's the point. Africa is like we're having baby newborns in Africa every day. So we have the workforce. So we have to produce as many as PhD as we can. But the problem is not the number of the PhD. The problem is the which field in which we have to have, like, let's say, manufacture those PhD. We should put interest in sectors like the tech industry. We can see what Elon Musk is doing nowadays. It's not because he's not the brain, but is those are like people who have the brains that are doing such. I think he's the only individual, like private person in like a aeronautic sector in the world, and we need such kind of things. You just have to look at China. I took as an example. So far as we can have PhD students, we are okay for that. But which sector? Because personally, I won't advise like
So, soft
my
talk, you
junior
agree
one.
with me? Soft talk, we already have PhDs in tech right now. It's not like they don't exist in Africa. We already have them, okay?
Mhm.
So you saying we should have PhD in specific domains. We have PhDs in many domains in Africa. The question that I was asking is, what do we do with the result of their research?
Okay, then the we like to be honest, we they like our government does nothing with that because they don't invest. They don't create like the job opportunities. They don't create what the Frenchman call valeur ajoutée. Ils ne créent pas de valeur ajoutée. Nos gouvernements en Afrique ne créent pas de valeur ajoutée. Donc, ça nous sert pratiquement à rien.
Excuse me to cut you off again, but that's where we are wrong, right? You don't go in for a PhD before looking for the valeur ajoutée. When you look at how the foreign country do their PhD, many companies finance PhD researches because they need the result of those PhD researches to solve the problem that they're
Very good
encountering
point. Very
in
good
their
point. Very
companies.
good point. Yep.
So you don't go for a PhD and then after you say what next. No, you go for a PhD because you already know what's next.
Okay, can I answer to your point?
Okay.
I'll take a simple example. Total or SpaceX will invest on students to go in maybe for a research. Like they have the capital. Those are big companies that like in I can say in kind of collaboration and where the government has like shares in. But how many companies do we have back home in Africa? That's the problem.
So
How
if
many
we don't
companies?
have any companies, we should cut off the research programs.
Okay, we won't stop the program. We won't stop because we don't have. It's better to have the PhD in your pocket. Then you go maybe for a truck pushing. Waiting the day you have the opportunity. It's not when you have the opportunity that you go to school. You go to
I
the
have a
school, you have the
problem with
certificate.
that. I have a problem with that. For me, it's really downgrading and it's heartbreaking to see a truck pusher with a PhD. He should have invest his energy on that truck pushing and build up his business.
But the fact is this: the mindset of a truck pusher with a PhD and the one with the first school living certificate is different. That's one. And the fact is this: how many PhD in tech do we have back home? They are all gone. That's the problem. They are all gone and they are working. They're earning their life.
And that's another issue. Like, why are all the PhD in Africa going out? Why?
Because they are not the
Because there's
company.
not
They are
support.
not
There's no
companies. So they
framework.
have this. They went out. They did their studies. They have the PhD. They did. The government will like will to do things as Libya in Africa was doing. Gaddafi was doing. They're going to come back. If they call them, they could come back.
Can I just say something about those that do their PhD and go out and never come back? I will take the example the computer science department of the University of Yaoundé, one where I studied. Most of them went out because their PhD was sponsored by companies out of Cameroon. And after finishing their PhD there, they decided to remain and work for most of those companies than to come back to Cameroon and be doing teaching. because that was the only solution for them if they returned back to Cameroon. It was for them to become teachers, and the company give them better opportunity for them to stay there and have their financial security. So that's one of the reasons why most of the people that are doing PhD in Africa stays overseas and don't go back to Africa.
Okay, I agree with you. I agree with your point, bro. But bet with me that a PhD holder, even in whatever the field in Europe here, if our government back home do what is they are supposed to do, like they produce like the financial status and the social status, like they guarantee such status, like who among us with a PhD in Europe will accept to live in snow than going back in Africa with sun and work there? Like we all go back home. The
Excuse me
climate
to
is
cut
good, the
you
food is
off.
good.
Sorry to cut you off again. I think it will be the last time I will allow you to finish. If we keep saying if the government do this, if this, it's not the case, okay? Let's not focus on assumption. Let's not base our argumentation on assumption. I don't like that because it's just like waiting for Father Christmas. He's not gonna come, you know. We are all longing for the change in Africa, right? But we understand one thing is that there is not a magician coming to save us. Nobody is coming to save us. It's our own responsibility to do things right now, you know. So each time I come on live, I've stopped complaining and stopped saying this is bad, this is bad, this is bad. Africa is not going on well. But changing your mindset is like what needs to be done. I'm at my own level. What can I do? You know, taking your own responsibility. So don't go do the PhD and later on you start crying like the government should do this. No, no, no. Miss Fitness said it's all on you. It's your choice.
Okay, your point, I won't say, I accept your point of view because we may have different point of view. I'm okay with your point of view, but what I will say is this: if we are coming overseas and we are not doing the PhD, are we going to wash the toilet? Like, I don't know if you understand. For sure, if you do a PhD in Europe, like Europeans, they recognize your value. If you have, you won't tell me you know somebody like washing dishes with the PhD in Europe. In Europe, do you know someone doing that? The European, like the European, they like they give you your value when you have a PhD, when you went to school, and when you have the knowledge. They recognize that. But what I'm going to say is this: I agree with you that we should not keep on complaining, but there are things and there are facts on which if the government like doesn't like give the first step, we can't do nothing. Like you as a PhD holder, or you or someone who came here in Europe, you went for a vocational training to say, okay, I need to earn my life and and take care of my family. Going back to Africa, what can you do so far as like the government haven't take the first step, like building like putting up roads and even let's say even internet. Let me just take the basic internet. If in Cameroon you subscribe to a orange bundle and you cannot watch a WhatsApp status, what are you can you do as an individual to that? There are first steps that the government must line up first before you as an individual in your mindset you contribute to bringing things forward.
Soft thought, I think we are going all over the place. It's okay. Let me give the floor to someone else. Thank you for
Okay, no
your
problem.
thoughts.
Okay, okay.
Can
And
I
you
ask a
said,
Yeah.
question? There's
yes,
a
Miss.
question Sami asked at the bottom. Did you
Okay,
ask the government for permission to go do the PhD, or is it a personal decision on your own? At
thank
what
you.
point, and I will do a follow up question again. Us children from the 80s and 90s, we don't want to be responsible for nothing.
Mm-hmm.
We always want to go. If it's not grandma, mama, Makita in the village, who has stopped you from becoming a good soccer player like Samuel Eto'o, you will have been the trainer at Manchester United right now. If it wasn't for the government, at the end of the day, you are an adult making adult decisions. And when you're an adult, you own up to the decisions that you've made, point blank. And I'm going to say the same thing Blackwater just said. Nobody ain't coming to save you, honey. You are your own savior.
Yes.
It's going to sound redundant, but what I've learned in this country where I don't have mother or father holding my hand, and me, I grew up in Barriere, like gated house, and then they throw you in a country like the US that is like a jungle. You
Thank
learn
you.
very fast and quick to be on your feet. If you have a PhD and now you are driving a truck from Minnesota to DC, it's your personal choice. Nobody forced you with your PhD to look at your life and be like, let me go have a CDL license. Nobody forced you to take your savings from the job you had before and buy that truck. We need to stop using people personal experiences and personal life choices and want to hold them as a flag in other people's lives, like, oh yeah, this is what is wrong or whatever. You are responsible as an individual and especially as an adult of the choices you make every single day. Every single day. Because if you start blaming the government, even here in America, the government is not doing a lot for us black people. Let's speak the truth. We still have to come here and struggle. You still have to come here and work hard. You still have to, while some of us are in this live, I said that earlier, trying to learn, trying to debate in a topic like this, some people are on Bigo right now, watching women shaking their bum bums in tiny underwears. Some other people are at a club, like you're 40 or clocking 50, but you're at a club squeezing little girls' bottoms with you wearing your pants, with your underwear showing. Some other people are probably shooting up on drugs right now, but you chose among all the lives on TikTok to be here. So whatever is said here, you have to own up to it. We can't keep on playing these blame games. Nobody's going to come and save Africa. Nobody's coming to save your family. Nobody's coming to save you except yourself. And I think, to me, that's the first step of freedom. That's, to me, that's where it begins. And also, let's stop comparing our lives to other people's lives. Your life story is not mine. Everybody has their own destiny. Because once you start comparing and be like, oh yeah, this person did that and that, now they have more money. Do you know, if you go and you walk 1 mile, I think we all heard that. If you walk 1 mile in the shoes of the person you are admiring, or I don't know, you are envying, or you wish your life was like theirs, you wouldn't survive one day. So we might as well, as we're about to enter 2025, be grateful to God and our ancestors that they carry us through 2024, and so that we can keep on owning up to mistakes, whatever we did. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Fitness. Thank you. Thank you so
Please,
much.
Black Warrior, please. Can
S'il vous
I
plaît,
don't. I
s'il vous
won't
plaît.
be long. Just 1 minute, please, please.
Okay.
Fine.
Okay.
No, let's go.
Just
You have to wait. We have Free Mind and La Force Tranquila haven't spoken
Yeah, that's
yet.
what I was saying.
okay,
That's what I was
okay, okay.
Bonsoir à tous.
Bonsoir.
Bonsoir. La problématique here, I see the question, can we encourage the young generation to do PhD in Africa? I'm not going to speak about Africa in general. I will speak about my country, Cameroon. The answer is no. PhD is useless because I almost fell a victim of it.
Wow.
I have my first degree in physics, a master's degree in biochemistry, and it didn't take me anywhere in Cameroon. I was suffering. I was lucky to migrate here in the United States, and even with a master's degree in biochemistry, I was not able to find a job.
Mhm.
I could not even make $20,000 a year. I had to
Oh.
find myself going back to college. And at some point, I saw that, okay, I'm here now trying to accrue all these loans. How am I going to pay it back? That's how I find myself into trade school. That's where I learned how to develop, how to write code. And that's what saved me today. And I'm continually growing in it. So I'm not going to tell my kids to go and do PhD in Cameroon. How is PhD going to innovate Cameroon or change Cameroon as we speak right now? You having a PhD, what good is that going to do to Cameroon right now as we speak? We don't have hospitals, we don't have roads, we don't have nothing. Do you know how many PhD holders we have in Cameroon that are driving cabs or that don't even do nothing? So we need to wake up. Let's stop fooling ourselves there. PhD. What is PhD? What is PhD? I'm currently making triple the salary of someone who owns a PhD, even in America here. What is
Wow.
PhD? Let's stop that. We need trade school in our country, Cameroon, like what our sister is doing here, helping people to elevate themselves, to be financially free. I'm not going to tell somebody to go and do a PhD to do what? To have a name that I have a PhD, then you can eat. It doesn't make sense. Let's stop all that stuff. We need trade school in Cameroon. People need to wake up. We need to wake up. How many people in China have PhDs? How many? Huh?
A lot of them, we have a lot in China with PhDs. What are you talking about, bro?
Which PhD? Come on. People are there working. It's just like we spend most of our time praying instead of, reading or doing stuff, to improve. But we don't. We don't. That's the problem we have in Cameroon there. Every block you walk around, there's a church, there's a church. They don't tell people to go and study, do a trade school. They tell them to pray. To pray what? To pray what? Yeah, let's stop that. That's why we need to encourage each other to do this training you're doing here, our sister is doing, it's going to help. It's going to change lives. That's what would help us improve Cameroon, not PhD. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, La Force Tranquille. Précis, concis, straight to the point. Bam, he went straight. We should not do PhD in Africa. And he gave his reasons. Do anybody want to back up on it? Do anybody feel like
Please, quick motion, and then free mind. I know you've been patiently waiting.
no? Freeman
Okay,
is he's always
yeah.
patient. Go on.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So I want to say something to what he said. It's very important, and I'm going to circle it back around to a point that I think it was you, Black Warrior, maybe Coach Renee mentioned it as well. I said it, but I'm going to give somebody example as I speak on it. So I have a friend, right? Some people here are allergic when we use personal cases, but we use them to make a point. So I have a friend. He studied. I think he ended up getting two masters, one in statistics and one in the handling or management of health. I think he was health. Yeah, he was healthcare statistics. Other one was in just in project management, and then he had done like licence in what did he do it in? I think it was in something like I don't know, biology or whatever it was. The point is, at some point, he went from Cameroon, traveled over to Canada, did the PhD classes, and went back to Cameroon and worked from there, going back and forth between Canada and Cameroon to do his dissertation. He ended up, for the last years, doing dissertation, he was working in Central African Republic, and that's where he ended up staying. Okay, because that's where between the Bill Gates Foundation and the World Health Organization, that's where he found work. He stayed there. But clearly, when you speak to him, there's one thing that's coming out that's very clear in the conversation is that there's two things to me. Doing your PhD in a setting like Africa, it is always better to do it once you've touched the ground. That's when you guys were talking about this thing in French called valeur ajoutée. And that's what Black River was saying too. Cherche d'abord la valeur ajoutée de ce que tu veux faire. The PhD should come as it's like a ticket to go to the table of the big deciding folks and say, I've been there, I've done that, I know where I can help this field, this industry. Because just we're not like La Force Tranquille said, we don't have enough roads, we don't have a lot of things. There are dreams, il y a les rêves qu'on fait en couleur quand on mange déjà. OK, quand on ne mange pas encore en Afrique, il y a des rêves qu'on ne fait pas. So, je ramène ça au PhD pour dire que, honestly, I'm not against it. OK, like I was clear. The number should be reduced. It should be based on where the value is going to be added. Right now, we don't have a lot of roads. We need people who can work. You start working, tu vois où tu peux ajouter la valeur, then you re-enter a PhD program because you come back stronger. And we all know that nature is going to do deciding. Maybe 1 in 20 or 25, 1 in 50 will go for that. Of course, because not everybody can be an industry leader. So, but work first. Let's build first. Je m'arrête là.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Pat. Merci beaucoup. Free Mind.
Hi everyone. Do African really need PhD? I didn't. We need people with PhD. Why? Because a lot of innovation was done from that sector. Why? Because there's certain stuff that we need those kind of people. I don't say everybody has to do a PhD, but we need that because there's a lot of innovation that need to be the business sector will not do it because it's not profitable for business. And we need we need people that we need people that can work for the industry for free that will do certain stuff. For example, the ethical issue of different technology, the business sector will not do it. Those people will manage that, and we need that. The problem also why PhD people are broke, or because in certain country there's no collaboration with the private sector, with the public, with the school. For example, right now, I just take the initiative to do a partnership with one or two university in Senegal, because in AI, specifically in Senegal, there's a lot of talent, there's a lot of innovation. And for us, by doing that, by working with them, we're going to save a lot of money. And also for the future of those people making the PhD, maybe some of their work will be used, will make money. And those people, once they finish school, they will get a position, they could continue what they're doing. And I see, like I said, there's different industry. I didn't say everybody has to do a PhD. I know there's a lack of funding, but the lack of funding is another issue that can be fixed with science. Science. It could be fixed by many different ways, and we need people for innovation. I'm talking more for the people from more in the tech. I'm not talking about social science, etc. That's another issue, but we need those people. And if it will be my kids doing that, I would say no. But we need people doing those kind of the job.
Wait a minute, Free Mind. So you saying that you will not allow your kids to do
I didn't
PhD,
say
but
I wouldn't. Okay, if it was my kids, I would train them to become more leaders than doing PhD.
mais tu es un noyeur.
Là, comme j'ai
Un
dit, il y a,
capitaliste.
comme j'ai dit, il y a des gens, c'est pas tout le monde qui est leader. Il faut ce genre de job-là. C'est comme un balayeur. Un balayeur, il nous faut des personnes qui balayent. Est-ce qu'on est d'accord?
D'accord, oui.
Tu peux pas dire que tu veux plus balayeur. C'est pas il t'en faut. C'est pas tout le monde qui est fait pour. Donc c'est ça que j'ai à dire.
Ok, merci. Mais je trouve quand même qu'il y a un peu de noyade dans ce que tu dis. Parce que I will not allow other people, children, to do things that I will not do
I
for
didn't
my
say my
kids.
no. I said my
No,
kids. I
don't
prefer
say that.
I said my kids. I prefer to be entrepreneur. If they want to do PhD,
Then
that's the problem.
encourage everyone to do entrepreneurship.
Yes. No, but entrepreneurship is not for everybody. Also,
I think okay,
I,
probably I'm
I pray
mixing things up.
PhD in all your
Really,
children. When they're adults, they will go and do PhD.
really,
Triple PhD
you can
even.
you can encourage someone to do something, but he develop passion in other things. So as he's saying, he won't encourage his kid for PhD, but if his kid is passion for PhD for research, he will go for it. That's
Okay.
why I said the problem with Africans doing PhD is that they don't do that because they are passionate about the thing. They do that because it is as a chapatoire, as I said in French, it's a
Parce qu'il n'y a pas
chapatoire
de
they want
job.
to have a job. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They don't do that
Those are
because they are passionate to do.
assumptions. How do you know? Did you apply for one?
80%, 80% of Africans that go for PhD is because after their master, they were unable to have a job. They go
That's
Where
for
did you
true.
get no the
No, no,
best
Miss Fitness,
Black
Miss
Warrior?
Fitness,
Une petite question.
Miss
Pardon, une
Fitness,
petite
Miss
question.
Fitness, Miss. Okay.
Une petite question. La base justement d'un PhD, c'est que tu fais de la recherche et tu fais des statistiques. J'aimerais bien poser la question à notre frère, où je sous-entends que toi, tu fais partie des gens qui n'ont donc pas fait PhD. Où sors-tu tes statistiques des 80% des gens en Afrique qui ont fait les PhD, qui ne l'ont pas fait par passion? Where do you get, what research did you use? Is it an
I never
article? Is it a
I never
thesis
did
that was
I never
published?
did a research or read an article somewhere, but based on my surrounding, based on my environment, everybody that goes for PhD was because they didn't have an opportunity to learn a job. They had to go for the PhD, and that today, they had their PhD today, not because they really wanted it, simply because they wanted to have a job. They wanted to have a financial security.
This is the reason we need PhD holders. Now, this is a nice topic for a thesis in Africa where somebody can actually go and interview these people and bring us the real numbers. Otherwise, it becomes hearsay. Otherwise, it becomes what I call in French FC Congosa, because we have no specific basis beside your own biased opinion. And the sample, the people that you are using, you are saying that the people.
I think you're being
Hold
disrespectful.
on,
I
hold
think
Miss
you're being
on.
Fitness, Miss
you are
Fitness,
being
I'm
Miss
just
Fitness,
trying to
disrespectful.
say
Monsieur
something.
You
Idris,
are
guys,
being
please,
disrespectful, and
please,
you've been
Monsieur
talking
No,
Idris,
like that
Monsieur Idris and
for a
Miss
moment
Fitness,
now.
no.
let me
Like
mute
I'm
you
an
both.
intellectual.
No, I'll mute both of you, please. Et je vais
I was
réorienter le sujet du live. S'il vous plaît,
Je,
let me mute both of you. Guys, wait a minute. Je vais réorienter le sujet du live, okay? The reason why I did this live is because it's helping me as well, because those are the questions that I'm asking to myself. Et je pense qu'on ne peut pas être dans le déni aujourd'hui de ce que certains frères passent le temps à apprendre, à aller à l'école, parce qu'ils n'ont pas d'autre choix. So when I did my university degree in Université de Chang, j'étais majeure de ma promotion avec une licence avec 15 de moyenne. Mais comment je vais dire, je ne voyais pas réellement à quoi ça me servait. Et vu le contexte difficile, la précarité de la vie au Cameroun, je me suis retrouvée en train de me réfugier auprès de l'école normale. Guess what? Je suis pas allée à l'école normale par passion et j'étais pas passionnée de l'enseignement. J'ai développé la passion au fur et à mesure. Je suis allée à l'école normale parce que c'était le seul concours qui me garantissait un salaire après la formation. Et si on peut avoir la décence d'être vrai, je pense que ça va aider beaucoup de frères. Voilà la motivation pour laquelle vous allez voir une majeure de sa promotion et je me jette pas les fleurs parce c'est ce que la société a tendance à nous faire comprendre, que c'est quand tu es premier de la classe avec les 15-17 de moyenne, c'est gage de réussite, mais c'est questionnable cette façon de penser. Donc, on s'en va fréquenter, moi surtout, il fallait absolument que je sois la meilleure parce qu'il est hors de question que j'échoue ma vie. OK? Et donc, lorsqu'on est dans ce genre de système, avec une licence, on ne peut pas prétendre à avoir un boulot. Il faut faire les concours. Et nous connaissons tous comment le système des concours au pays, c'est compliqué. OK? C'est pas forcément le meilleur qui passe. Il faut qu'on se le dise. Donc, j'ai fait l'école normale parce que j'avais besoin de ressources financières. C'est la seule raison pour laquelle moi je suis allée à l'école normale. Et beaucoup de personnes étaient étonnées de me voir intelligente, entre guillemets, parce que je le mets entre guillemets, parce que l'intelligence, c'est relatif. Finalement, être résolu à faire l'école normale. OK? Et après l'école normale, il faut continuer à fréquenter. Moi, j'ai fait le master. J'ai fait 2 masters. Même avec ces 2 masters-là, tu ne peux pas aller travailler en entreprise. Quelle entreprise va t'embaucher? Avec quelle expérience? Mais ça devenait beaucoup trop abstrait. Je me suis dit, Pourquoi est-ce que je vais aller casser mes méninges à faire un PhD, connaissant le contexte dans lequel on fait le PhD au Cameroun? Je pense que il faut qu'on mette ça sur la table, non pas pour dénigrer ou bien pour dévaloriser le PhD, mais de voir est-ce qu'il y a. C'est pour ça que j'ai dit, est-ce qu'on peut conseiller un frère à faire le PhD? Parce que moi, personnellement, en Afrique surtout, je ne conseillerais pas quelqu'un de faire un PhD. Surtout dans le contexte africain, je ne conseillerais pas. Donc, est-ce que j'ai essayé de contextualiser le sujet pour qu'on puisse continuer dans cette même lancée? S'il vous plaît, il n'y a rien de personnel dans ce sujet. On est là pour apprendre. Moi-même, je suis
Can
là
I
pour
help
apprendre.
you? Can I help you from that point?
Thank you. Go
Yes.
ahead.
I appreciate you redirecting the debate, and I want to help our brothers there. I don't want anyone to feel offended, so that others will say exactly what is in their mind. And I want to encourage everyone to bring out. We have many ways to bring out your point without letting anyone feel anyhow. And so with that, we can have an intellectual, peaceful debate, because this is the first time have come across this kind of professional intellectual discussion, and I appreciate it so much, because I've been wasting my time on other TikTok issues here. So this one will keep me coming here and all of that. So I don't want to be
Thank you, brother.
disappointed today for the first time. Like me, for example, I have my own story. I started it here. I first had an opportunity to go do my PhD last year in Russia, which is a scholarship from my government. But what I wanted to do was renewable energy in Russia. But when I applied for the course, first of all, I could not have a university that is willing to help me in that, because the Russian people, they want someone who can go and do PhD and solve one of their own problem, not my own problem in Africa. You understand? So they have no interest in renewable energy because they have fuel, so they work on fuel because fuel is not into them. You know what I mean? So they don't if that is what somebody from there told me. I don't know if it is true or not, but I saw it because they redirected my application to do some electro something, which I never wanted to do, engineering. So that one made me discouraged about it. That is one. Then secondly, the one scholarship for PhD. I don't know if some of you have heard about the Ellison scholarship. I think they started doing it for the first time. They needed 20 people around the world, of which they will sponsor you to go do your PhD in Oxford University in the UK. You understand? But I did not look at the PhD aspect to become a doctor. That was not my interest. My interest was, what will the PhD bring for me? And I look at their advertisement. It says that they will spend something like close to £150,000 on you per year. And when you finish your PhD, they already want to develop some kind of world innovators in the technological area on four domains. You understand? How to use technology to solve food issues, to solve governance, to solve AI issues, and all of these things. They classify them. So, but when they accept you to do your scholarship, it is not a non-immigrant scholarship. You have the right to bring your whole family with them. They can sponsor them, and after the scholarship, they have already somewhere where they can take you, where you do your research. They pay you, and the money they are going to pay you, I saw it. It's something that I dreamed of. That's what pushed me to put a lot of energy applying for that scholarship. But unfortunately, I was not shortlisted. That was the first time I made a lot of energy. So everybody has a reason of doing something. Some people, they are in Africa, maybe they want to get Western education and they have already got a master's. Maybe they want to, they want to, have a scholarship on in PhD that will make them have those kind of Western education experience. They will come here and get their PhD and think of what next. They have lost nothing. You know what I mean? Because you have a scholarship, they took care of you, you have left your country, and believe you me, when you go back home with your PhD from the West, you have added some value because you earn respect from the people there. It all depends on how you play around that. That's true. That's a fact. So everybody has a reason of doing something. I don't think anyone should regret here. So please, I want to join the host here to redirect the debate. Let no one feel offended. Let everybody knows what he's saying because a lot of people are benefiting from this. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, let me jump in here just for a second.
Thank you so much, J4.
Yeah. So, first of all, I'm not someone who I think I've been here on your live many times. I've never
Yeah.
raised my voice or anything to anyone at first. And if I did tonight, I first want to apologize to that lady. However, I do think that we all come from different, different country. We have different backgrounds. We have our stories and everything. Here we're having an intellectual, that's my understanding, conversation. So people should not be taking that and just fit to where they see, where they're coming from, and think they see. I'm pretty sure everything that she's saying here is based on, probably because of now she's in America. She has a different way of seeing things, which myself, I would say the same thing. I'm a PhD dropout from Missouri Science and Technology. But being here and seeing and being, today being business owner, hiring people and talking to people, and I hear these PhD student coming in here, people telling stories that like Franklin or whoever, I think other people have talked about putting that. They finished their thing, they didn't have the opportunities, they have to restart over, they have to do different things. These are true. But
Yes.
people stating that does not mean that, having one doctor or whatever, one PhD doing researches, whatever, that you don't take one single example and generalize it, saying that, yeah, we don't
True.
have that. That's what I have an issue with because I was on a panel, I dropped, and I was listening to everything that was being said. But every time someone have said something, he's saying, oh no, maybe these people are not doing this and these people are not doing that. That's why I have an issue, right? Other people have the right to express it. Myself, I did study mathematics back home. I thought about doing PhD. I thought about different things that I want to do. But we did not have an opportunities. I did not want to be a high school teacher. But I was forced to be a high school teacher for 3 years because if you study mathematics back home, that's the only one thing you can do. You don't no matter what you are willing to do, you want to do. It is the fact. So I'm not really. I don't mean to disrespect, but we all intellectual in this panel. I'm guessing, right? We all of us. I think for the level of discussion we're having, people sounds to be very smart here. But don't just say, "Oh no, they don't do that because they don't want it," or maybe because this person is doing this in Cameroon, therefore everyone can do that, or like you cannot. I think she said something about people don't do how you call that, like government don't do. You have to get up and go and research and different things. That is true here in the U.S. because we already have business out there. We already have company out there that want to work and that want to take you to do researches. As a matter of fact, let me tell you something. You can Google me. I work right now for different, my company. I have a contract with Defense Logistics where we're doing like deep learning, developing 3D model to do some like very advanced thing that we do. And I'm not a PhD. I learned how to code by myself on YouTube, by the way.
Wow.
And today I'm developing things for the government. And I had people wanted to, like company wanted to hire us and want to take like us to do certain things. Those are the things that can only happen in the US because we already have big company out there having money, wanted to invest in people. But we don't have that back home. You really think if I have something, like my government or whatever, I have opportunity in my country, I'm going to be here?
No, we all want to go back home. We want to serve our country.
Yes.
The only one thing we want is just having this government, our whoever in power, giving us an opportunity for us to serve in our country where we are coming from. That's the one thing that matters to us. Right. Again, my apologies. I didn't mean to raise my voice. I was just like really at one point getting bothered by the fact that she was shutting up everyone anytime someone was trying to express what he's feeling. All right.
Yeah, and I wanted to apologize again, Monsieur Idris. Well, I'm not bothered by Miss Fitness because we most of us here we know how her temper or her her way of seeing things. If you take it seriously, probably you might be offended, but um we used to her. Even Prince down there, when he saw her coming, he knew it was going to be a lot of punches, but you don't take it that seriously, right? If it is something that doesn't resonate with you, you just let it go. So apologize if you felt offended, but really not to take the side of Miss Fitness, but that's who she is, and we really used to her being that way. I mean, we need to be authentic in our own ways too. So um
Je
Yeah,
peux.
I also feel offended, but I never take it serious.
it's like we have
Je
a
peux.
great mind that okay, sauf tu voulais rajouter quelque chose depuis
Oui,
go
en
ahead.
fait, déjà ravi que tu aies recentralisé le débat. Euh, Parce que dès le début, je me suis dit, on devait se comprendre en mélangeant le point individuel et le point collectif. Bon, après, on ne s'est pas entendu et puis tu as recentralisé le débat. Personnellement, je dirais, vu les conditions au pays, sur un point individuel, je ne conseillerais pas quelqu'un à faire un doctorat au Cameroun parce qu'on sait tous où ça va mener. Moi, personnellement, j'ai une licence en TMS, Technicien médico-sanitaire. J'ai arrêté l'école 2 ans. Et puis, vu mes objectifs et mon état d'esprit, je veux faire de l'entrepreneuriat. Donc, après 2 ans, j'ai dû rentrer à l'école, faire un master en contrôle, un contrôle qualité, contrôle qualité en toxicologie et biochimie. Parce que j'ai des objectifs dans l'entrepreneuriat, je sais où je vais, je sais ce que je veux. Donc, personnellement, je dirais pour répondre directement au fait, comme puisque tu as centralisé le débat, en Afrique, je ne vais pas encourager quelqu'un à faire à faire un doctorat. Mais aussi, c'est pas pourtant dit que c'est en faisant peut-être une formation ou un travail ou en faisant forcément le commerce que tu vas t'en sortir. Parce que c'est pas tous qui s'en sortent. Donc, je dirais, c'est un peu individuel. Parce que tu vas regarder quelles sont les opportunités que tu as, ce que tu as dès le départ. Donc, ça, c'est ce que je peux rajouter. Et puis, je te laisse la parole.
Merci beaucoup, Soft Talk. Great mind.
Ouais. Good,
Bienvenue.
good evening to everyone.
Good
Uh,
evening.
Good evening.
We talking about PhD in Africa specifically. Should we or should we not do a PhD in Africa, and should we encourage the young generation given the current economy in Africa or the current precarity in which we live in to go in for a PhD?
Okay. You see, for me, what I would say about this is that the educational system that we have in Africa is tricky because you could see students that graduate from Swam, Wapele, Chang, Boya every year, but we don't have any factory in Cameroon that could manufacture pencils.
Mm,
So what exactly are they learning? You get my point. So
yes.
the whole system is tricky. And for me, I realized that education and intelligence is two different things. When you go to
Wow.
school, they test you when they give you a test, like what we call exam. It's a test. That means they are testing your ability to memorize. They are
Not only
testing.
though,
They are testing your ability to recall.
not only to recall, but to critical thinking, problem
No,
solving skills
listen,
as well.
listen. That's self-taught. They are testing your ability to recall, and they are testing your ability to memorize. They are not testing your cognitive intelligence. They don't care whether you're intelligent or not. They just want to know if you can recall the things that you've been taught about. And whenever you are educated in that system, it's a doctrine, it's a training. You are helping the intelligent people in their research. The education in Africa is helping
Well,
the
I don't agree
intelligent.
with that, but I'll allow you to go to continue your thoughts.
Yeah, you could do your research, find out what is education and intelligence. You will realize that they're two different things, because you could see people like, for example, people like Fosso Victor, they were not educated, but they were intelligent people. They paid doctors' salaries. And if you look at educated people, look at Cameroon the way it is right now. Educated people, like, all those ministers, they have PhDs, doctorals, they have all these people. But look at the result. Look at the country. On the other side, in southern Cameroon, where I'm from, the other people, they are all PhD holders. They are doctors, but they turn around and ban education. It's been 9 years. According to their law, there should be no schools.
Oh,
You understand? Those are educated people. That's why I say you could be highly educated and still be a coward. Education doesn't make you intelligent.
okay.
Cameroon, the way it's built, is built by intelligent people. Educated people are trying to destroy.
So who are the intelligent people building up Cameroon?
Intelligent people are those that are creative.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those that are creative. I've heard some intelligent people speaking here. I heard a guy who spoke here earlier. He's in Canada and said he had to abandon his PhD degree that he had. And he went into something else because after getting the PhD, he realized that it's not helpful.
Mm-hmm.
That's an intelligent man. He realized himself. So
The whole point of misfitness is why is it that it's only after you've completed that whole program, which is a stressful one, that you turn around and say, if I had known, I wouldn't have gone in for a PhD, but you already have it and you still use it.
yeah, but you
Et un
need to
peu de
understand.
mauvaise foi. That's what she was
No,
saying. Like,
no, it's not
um,
mauvaise foi. It's
what she was trying to explain is that the PhD process itself, ce n'est pas du chocolat. It's not like I'm going in for a PhD et puis d'un claquement du doigt, you have that PhD. You will stress for it. You will go crazy for it. So while doing the process and you are enduring all that pain, you don't leave, you don't drop it. As Idris said, he gave it up because it wasn't, for one reason or the other. He realized he didn't needed it. But
yeah,
what Coach Rene was saying is he went through all that hassle just to turn around and say, I shouldn't have done it.
yeah.
And that's
There's
what
one.
Miss Sidney
I
was
think
saying. No,
There's one. Yeah,
don't
there's
do
one.
that.
I
Yeah, there's
think
one thing. There's one.
there is a
No,
reason
look,
why.
let me answer a little bit. There's one thing you should understand, that in our schools, they don't teach us critical thinking. They don't teach us how to think. They teach us how to believe.
Oh, yeah.
There's lack of critical thinking. Our people don't know how to think. They know how to believe. That's a
But
problem.
okay, but when you're in front of a physical problem or a mathematic problem, you think, right? Is that not critical thinking?
You are
To
not
solve a
thinking out of.
problem,
You
to
are, you are not
solve
think.
a.
You cannot think out of the box to solve a problem.
Yes. Okay.
You get the point. So I think our brother, there's somebody who wants to say something. You can go ahead.
Well, I think I think what I wanted to add is like, so in the US, I think when I was at MSNT, when I was in the PhD program, I was able to catch it quick that it was not meant for me because going through internship, it was easier for me to see that that's not really what I want. I think if I have stayed back home, it would be hard for me to catch that up. Because here you will have like you already have like you have that life experience and thing that you do that make you see a different side of it. You know. Back home it was more about like doing proof and you know and developing theories and it was different. Here you go, you know, when you get to your internship, what you go through make you realize that this is not for me. I mean, that's what I felt. I felt more like, you know, it was time for me to go to be in the industry than focusing and going forward with that. That does it make sense? I don't know that answer your question. How you could have that answer your question, Black or Warrior. So
Yes.
yeah, so I think back home is different. It's a different approach.
Uh, Please, I have like something bothering my mind.
Okay.
I stated 2 points. I said there's like a perspective like on the individual point and the collective point. Because I think if you're willing like to gain like bread or money for your family, you don't need like you don't even need a bachelor degree. You can drop out from first school if it's educated and you start doing business. You'll be rich like first school, you turn the other way rich. But I think if you go into register for a PhD, it's not more an individual like aspect because like the research you're doing, even you is truly like a private company, you're doing your research. It's not more like individual, it's like a kind of collective because you won't discover something and you like a kind of yours. I'll take two simple example. And that same model is like working at NASA, there's a Cameroonian. It's like he's different from Elon Musk. Elon Musk, his main aim was not like to like gain his daily bread from education. He's a businessman. He's a capitalist. He's like he went in for capitalism. So if your main objective is to gain your bread from studies, drop out of the studies. Don't even do the masters. Go and look for the
Mm-hmm.
bread. But if you're willing to go in for a master's and a PhD, it's no more an individual
To
point
make
of
an
view.
impact.
So this is to make an impact that is
Mm-hmm.
collective. So please stop saying that PhD is not helping me to pay my bills. If you want to pay your bills, don't register for the PhD. Have your master's and you go in for a business. Full stop. When you go in for a
I'm,
PhD, it's no more an individual point of view. It's a collective. It's to change things. It's to impact the world.
I'm sorry to say, if we bring that to the context of Africa, that's not the case. Let me just take an example. A lot of people that are doing mathematics, physics, and all whatnot, if at the end of the day they don't succeed in having access to teacher, to be a teacher, they are forced to go in for the PhD because they want to have what to eat. Because we have been taught back home that school is the means to have money. School is the means to have better life. If you see, most of the parents in Africa will force their kid to go to school, even if they don't even have the money to pay, or they will even go as to borrow the money to send those kids to school. And most of them, when they reach a certain level, either they say, I've been going to school for a long period of time. If I drop out here, what am I going to do? Can I easily have a job? If I cannot have a job, why would I drop if I can continue and maybe in few years time go for a PhD, have a PhD and become a teacher in a university? That's what most of them in Africa are going for. I'm talking specifically for the science field that I know, which is mathematics, physics, chemistry, and I think also biochemistry. You'll be hard for them to see they are going for PhD because they are really passionate about it. They go for it because they want to have they want to have money, they want to have financial security. They don't go for it because they want it. If you like, do an interview on anyone around you that has a PhD degree. Ask him, why do you really do the PhD? Do you do it because you had passion in it, or you do the PhD because you wanted to have something to do? You wanted to have money. You wanted to work and be paid, hired by the government as a teacher. Most of them will tell you that was the only way for them. It's just like in Cameroon, a lot of people want to go to economy not because they want to be teacher, because the easiest way for them is the path for them to reach their objective. That's why you see most of those teachers that went to economy nowadays are now trying to move to Canada. It's not because they wanted to be teacher, because they said, okay, if I go to economy, I have the money, I use that money to sponsor my traveling to Canada. So that's the problem. If we bring the problem to Africa, a lot of Africans that are doing the PhD are not doing that because they are passionate about the PhD thing. They're doing that because they want to have financial security.
Okay, I agree with your point, brother. But what I'm saying is this: if you're going to school in Cameroon or in Africa, when you're like in your 3 years bachelor degree, when you go in for your internships and everything, even after the bachelor degree, you come to reality that there's no job. So going forward with the studies, does you know personally that it does not guarantees you a job or a safety or a daily bread. So why do you keep on going for it? That's the problem.
Because they have hope that they will reach a certain point where they can have a job with. For example, how many companies in Cameroon will employ someone with a bachelor in physics, mathematics, biochemistry, biology? How many companies will employ those guys? I would say almost zero.
Yeah, I'm okay with
And
that. Almost zero.
when they are unable to have those jobs in the industry, what will they do? They will tend to go back and keep on going to school, hoping that they defend their masters or they have a scholarship to move out of the country. And that's it. They are not doing that because they really wanted to solve a specific problem in the society.
And that's exactly what I was saying earlier. I think when I was in at the beginning of the live, people go on PhD. It's not. I mean, it's not to do research. They're just looking for a path to get to something better. But in the US, you have, because there are so many opportunities out there. So you can pick, you can make that choice. In African country, you don't have that luxury. So I think that's a very fair point.
I will even take an example about me. When I was doing my master, I was doing my master because I wanted to go for the PhD. Luckily for me, I was doing computer science. I had an opportunity to have an internship with a company, and when I got that internship, my ideas changed completely. Said, why am I even going for the PhD? Why am I even thinking of to do the PhD after my master's? And that's how I dropped out and focused on industry. If I didn't have that opportunity, I'm sure that by today I would have already had my PhD somewhere.
Personally, my questions were like, it's because I was shocked because when I had like my advanced level, I went like for A1 when I had my advanced level. When I had my two A's and my B, I was like happy. But when I discover like what is going on in the job sector in Cameroon, I said no, I'm not going in for a medical school in Cameroon. Fuck, I'm not going in for such because I know that the salary is crazy. I won't go 7 years to school for 100,000. So, except the person going for such kind of things in Cameroon, masters, PhD, dreaming of like a job that would give him like a better daily bread. Except he was like born and raised in a like in a fence. I don't know. But I think if you were born in the street like us and you see the reality of the country like Cameroon, like from the bachelor degree, you already know that you won't make your daily bread like from masters or a bachelor in physics in Cameroon. You're aware of that.
Um, I don't know if there's anybody that has something to add. Okay, I'll continue. I wanted to stop here, but I feel like we still have a lot of interesting things to share. Let code. I don't know if you were here when I talk about my personal experience, and I will say it again and be brief about it. I went to École Normale, not because I was passionate about teaching. I wasn't at all. Because the funniest thing is that I've always been the youngest person in my class because I've never failed the class. Not only was I the very youngest, but I was also the very smallest. And to be a teacher in Africa, you need to avoir le cardio. You need to have a certain physical presence and tu dois imposer un certain, charisma. So even going as a teacher, I was kind of afraid. I wasn't really feeling in my shoes, but as I said, that was the only option that I had. My parents didn't have a lot of money to put me into those big schools. Like, I wanted to do Polytech, I couldn't. I wanted to do École des Travaux, all those QS aussi. I wanted to do QS. But at some point, and this is another subject for a different life, many teachers in Africa, how many of the teachers are teaching because of their calling, because of vocational calling, or because c'est une mission de vie? How many of those teachers are there in the école normale because that's the easy route to have a matricule and have a salary after the training? So how many people go in école normale as a comme un pont ou bien comme un tremplin pour que ça permette de pouvoir remplir d'autres objectifs? Il y a des personnes qui vont faire l'école normale, comme Let's l'a dit, pour pouvoir utiliser cet argent pour financer leur voyage à l'étranger. Il y en a d'autres qui vont faire l'école normale parce qu'il faudrait bien qu'il y ait du pain à mettre sur la table le soir. On vit encore dans certaines précarités et les motivations pour embrasser certains corps de métier restent encore douteux. C'est pour ça que chaque fois, j'aimerais qu'on parle de la passion, de qu'est-ce qui nous pousse à faire certaines choses. Il est clair que lorsqu'on fait des choses par passion, on y met du cœur, on y met notre âme et ça produit le résultat. Nobody asked me, I don't want to brag about myself, but nobody asked me to do anything about Africa Tech. I get up in the morning and I do what I have to do. There is nobody, absolutely nobody telling me, Black Warrior, go and do a live, or Black Warrior, do a video, Black Warrior, launch that training, do this. I do it on my own and with the help of mentors and supporters as you guys, helping us to move on together. But what I'm saying is, if I'm not passionate about this, I won't do it. So passion is important. We say, okay, you don't earn a living by doing by doing your passion. That statement is wrong. And it has led many people to be doing things they don't like and to be producing the result that we have. Many people are depressed. You cannot be passionate about something and you are depressed about it. Mm? You cannot be passionate about your job and you are stressed, you are too stressed about it. If you are passionate about your job and you encounter a difficulty, that's a challenge for you to... C'est ça qui va te permettre de te surpasser. There is no point where you will be passionate about something and you are so stressed up and you have suicidal thought. There is no way. It doesn't exist.
Kelly, Kelly, je dirais, tu dis, on dit que si tu es passionné par quelque chose, tu n'es pas obligé de faire tout ce que tu es passionné par. Moi, je dirais, je veux aussi toujours dire, tout dépend du contexte où on est. comprends un peu. Si je viens par exemple le contexte africain, il y a des gens qui sont vraiment passionnés par les choses comme la sociologie et tout ça. Mais ils finissent par devenir peut-être commerçants. Pas parce qu'ils veulent, mais parce que le système les oblige à devenir commerçants en fait. Donc, juste pour dire, parfois la passion, tu peux être passionné par quelque chose, mais ton contexte, ton environnement te pousse à aller faire autre chose. C'est vrai, c'est bien d'être passionné, de faire ce qu'on est passionné, parce que quand tu fais ce que tu es passionné, tu ne rêves que de ça. Par exemple, moi, je fais dans le IT, je fais dans le software engineering. Je peux pas passer toute une journée comme ça, là, sans penser au software engineering. Parce que je ne vais pas dormir le jour là bien. Donc, je pense que la passion est bien, mais en fonction du contexte où on est aussi, tu peux être obligé de laisser ta passion pour faire autre chose parce que tu essayes de survivre.
En fait, pour rebondir sur ce que tu as dit, le coach, je vais prendre un exemple de ma cousine. Ma cousine, elle particulièrement, elle est passionnée par la psychologie criminelle. Imagine-toi, est-ce que ça peut donner au Cameroun? Ça ne peut pas, c'est impossible. Et au début, quand elle m'a dit ça, moi, je dis, toi, tu veux faire psychologie criminelle ou dans quel pays? Déjà, moi, je comprends pas. C'est quoi cet état d'esprit? Elle m'a dit non, elle pense vraiment et elle veut faire ça. Aujourd'hui, elle est en Lettonie pour le faire ça. J'ai dit, ok, si c'est ta passion, d'accord, mais faut juste savoir quels sont comment je vais dire, quels sont les risques, quels sont les barrières, combien de temps ça va te prendre. Donc, parce que je prends un exemple, quand tu fais psychologie criminelle, forcément, soit tu vas travailler avec la police. Et déjà, au Cameroun, c'est un métier, tu vas presque pas avoir de travail en faisant psychologie criminelle. Et même quand tu es en Europe, pour faire psychologie criminelle et que tu vas travailler avec la police, il faut avoir la nationalité de ce pays. Ça te prend combien d'années pour avoir la nationalité européenne pour pouvoir travailler dans la police en tant que psychologue criminel, donc tant de choses. Donc, la passion, c'est bien, mais il faut aussi regarder certains éléments. Donc, ça, c'est ce que je peux partager. Et concernant l'école normale, ouais, bon, moi, je crois qu'au Cameroun, au moins 90% font l'école normale, pas par passion, hein, parce qu'ils veulent le pain quotidien, parce qu'ils n'ont pas de choix. Ils veulent sécuriser un matricule et autres. C'est ce que moi, je pense.
Exactement. Miss Fitness, comme vous dites, oui, c'est bien, ça peut donner au Cameroun, mais si tu vas faire ça au Cameroun, ce genre de truc de psychologie criminelle au Cameroun, ça va servir, qui va venir t'employer au Cameroun? Par exemple,
Déjà que le Cameroun, c'est un pays où on te dit tous les jours que
on a
l'enquête,
tellement les assassins, on a tellement les assassinats au Cameroun, mais est-ce que c'est
un pays où on ne ferme jamais les enquêtes.
donc,
L'enquête est toujours en cours.
donc c'est pourquoi je dis, tout dépend toujours du contexte. Quand je vais parler de quelque chose, je regarde toujours d'abord le contexte où on est. Parce que le contexte peut t'obliger à faire quelque chose que tu n'as jamais imaginé faire. Moi, par exemple, quand je passe mon A-level, avant d'aller à l'université, je partais faire mathématiques. Je suis arrivé à l'université de Tchang. J'ai fait 1 an à l'université de Tchang où je sors d'abord de GBHS Bamenda, un bac anglophone. Je n'avais jamais parlé le français. J'arrive à l'université de Tchang. Tous les cours sont en français. Je m'avais composé une UV de mathématiques et ça avec demi sur 20. Ça m'a frustré. L'année qui suivait, pour aller faire informatique. Donc, c'est pourquoi je dis toujours le contexte dans lequel, parce que si ce n'était pas le contexte, que je suis sûr qu'aujourd'hui, je suis un mathématicien. Mais à cause de ce contexte-là, j'étais obligé de changer, de prendre une autre trajectoire.
En fait, c'est un peu ça, parce que jusqu'aujourd'hui, moi j'ai toujours dit, jusqu'aujourd'hui, parce qu'elle est juste à un semestre en psychologie criminelle, jusqu'aujourd'hui, je dis, il faut laisser ça, mais elle insiste. Tu vas faire psychologie criminelle pour faire quoi avec? C'est pas facile.
Mais ce qui est sûr, c'est même, quand vous regardez, en tout cas, moi, généralement, tu te bases sur tes propres expériences. Moi, personnellement, si on me demande ma passion, ce que j'ai toujours voulu faire, ça a toujours été les mathématiques. J'ai toujours voulu faire les mathématiques. Et comme je vous ai dit, je suis, I'm a self-taught developer at this point.
je suis jamais allé à l'école pour faire le computing. C'est vrai que quand je faisais mon bachelor à State University de New York, nous, comment on appelle, mon master, pardon, il y avait des petits cours de computing et autres, juste pour prendre des crédits, mais it wasn't really what I wanted. Et je me rappelle que I was so like, c'est pas quelque chose que que j'étais très passionné. Mais par contre, when I was, quand j'étais en train de faire le truc de actuariat, où tu vas, tu es obligé d'apprendre un peu pour faire la modélisation. So you got to learn Python, and pour ceux qui sont, qui ont fait l'actuariat, tu vas apprendre R et puis SAS pour les modèles et autres. Et c'est là que j'ai commencé à trouver un peu d'intérêt. Mais je n'étais jamais intéressé. Like, I've never been fan of computing. Mais when I went to work for Nationwide Insurance, et je voyais des gens qui étaient dans le cubicle, they are PhD, And quand vous êtes en actuariat, vous passez les examens, là. Il y a les examens que vous passez. Nous avons 7 différents examens. Et ceux même qui ont le master, bachelor, qui ont plus de ces examens-là, c'est comme des UV, que les professeurs, que ceux qui avaient des PhD, they were making more salary and more bonuses quand tu travailles en assurance et que tu es actuaire. So, c'est ça qui m'a amené, moi. Bon, initialement, I love mathematics. Yes, I was in it. I was doing researches and different things. But then when I started listening to, salary and everything, I was like, okay, let me do this. Et bon, fortuitement, j'ai rencontré, il m'a dit, oh, computing, you can make more money and everything. And ça m'a poussé, I drop out and everything, and start learning computing by myself. Mais ce qui est bizarre aujourd'hui, I'm becoming more passionate about computing. So, ça peut dire que oui, quand tu es jeune, tu es passionné de quelque chose parce que mathematics was the easiest thing for me to understand. Right? Je n'avais pas besoin de forcer pour comprendre les mathématiques, pour résoudre et passer les classes. So, pendant tout ce temps que j'étais passionné par les mathématiques. Mais aujourd'hui, si vous me demandez entre les mathématiques et puis and computing, I think I love more computing because now I found myself resolving problems. I found myself developing product for the government and for different in the private sector. So it is amazing what you can do with computing. So quand on dit on va en faire quelque chose qu'on est passionné, qu'on fait truc, juste pour conclure, je ne crois plus vraiment trop en cela, quoi, en fait. Parce que parfois, il y a des choses que tu ne sais même pas. But because you don't know it. Till you start, tu commences à, comment on appelle, à le faire, et puis la passion s'installe, quoi, avec le temps.
Je suis d'accord avec vous, Monsieur Idriss. Et c'est pour ça que j'ai dit, même si je suis pas allée à l'école normale par passion, la passion est née avec le temps. C'est-à-dire, à force de le faire, c'est un peu comme on dit, à force de forger, on devient forgeron. Donc, la passion, c'est pas quelque chose aussi qui naît d'un claquement de doigts. Il y a des personnes qui, de prime abord, savent ce pourquoi elles sont passionnées, mais il y a des personnes aussi qui ont besoin d'expérimenter certaines choses. Euh, j'ai fait de la physique par passion, j'ai découvert une passion pour l'enseignement et une fois que je suis arrivée aussi aux États-Unis dans la tech, alors là, je pense que mon cœur est resté dessus et qui sait, peut-être il y a d'autres passions que je vais découvrir. Mais ce que je veux dire, c'est juste que je pense qu'il y a la différence lorsqu'on met du cœur dans ce qu'on fait. Peut-être c'est le mot passion qui dérange, mais lorsqu'on fait quelque chose pour des motivations nobles, en fait, autres que l'argent et uniquement l'argent. Les personnes arrivent à trouver l'argent comme une source de motivation, mais je pense qu'il peut avoir plus. Donc, je pense qu'on va essayer de conclure pour le sujet. Je tiens déjà à vous dire merci, chacun d'entre vous, pour vos contributions, pour vos belles contributions. Je vais rapidement dire ce que moi je pense et puis brièvement faire un tour de panel pour que chacun de nous puisse conclure sur le sujet et donner un petit conseil à des personnes qui pourraient, qui nous suivent et d'autres personnes qui rentrent. Donc, moi, je dirais que faire le PhD, il faut la bonne motivation de why, pourquoi on fait ce PhD-là, c'est important. Faire le PhD juste parce qu'on n'a pas d'autre choix, je trouve pas ça intéressant, mais encore, tout le monde fait un choix, il faut juste l'assumer. Donc, faire un PhD avec the right motive, ça fait la différence. Il y a eu une intervention dans le groupe WhatsApp où monsieur a dit, on peut faire un PhD et pendant qu'on est en train de faire le PhD, on développe une réelle solution qu'on va vendre aux entreprises. C'est-à-dire que ce n'est pas après le PhD qu'on va poser la question What's next, mais pendant le PhD, on propose déjà des solutions concrètes que des entreprises pourront acheter ces solutions-là, n'est-ce pas? Et ça, je trouve que c'est intéressant. Donc, faire juste le PhD comme ça pour le nom, je trouve qu'il faut qu'on arrête ça en Afrique. Et plein de personnes le font. Qu'on se dise la vérité, je pense qu'il faut que on se demande encore les bonnes raisons pour lesquelles on devrait faire le PhD. Et encore, est-ce que c'est nécessaire à l'heure actuelle où nous sommes, où on a un réel problème économique? Beaucoup de personnes encore n'arrivent pas à manger 3 fois par jour, faire ce long crayon-là longtemps. Est-ce que c'est si nécessaire que ça aussi? C'est une question très ouverte. Je vais donner la parole à chacun de nous dans le panel. On va donner notre mot de fin et puis on va conclure. Merci à tous ceux qui ont participé. Je vais commencer par Lord Idriss.
Bon, en tout cas, first of all, let me just say thank you for everything you've been doing. En fait, c'est ton show qui m'a fait découvrir TikTok. Et depuis que je t'ai découvert, je suis ici régulièrement quand
Merci
je suis pas
beaucoup.
très occupé. Donc, c'est un plaisir. Et en même temps, mot de fin par rapport à cette histoire. Juste une toute petite histoire, là. C'est ça, ça sera mon mot de fin, quoi. J'étais à Chicago pour une conférence sur l'assurance, la modélisation. Bon, ça, il y a, disons, 8 ans de cela, hein, quelque chose. Pour les trucs d'assurance pour les agriculteurs dans le Midwest. You know, pour l'assurance et autres. Et il y a un vieux blanc qui m'a vu, là. Et parce que je faisais la présentation, il était un peu fasciné, quoi. Et il me dit, il me regarde, il me dit, where you from? What's your name? J'ai dit mon nom, tout, il s'est introduit. Je dis, il dit, where you from? Et il me dit, mais tout est mathématique que tu es en train de faire les démonstrations. Que lui n'a pas trop compris, il a juste besoin d'un bon produit pour, comment on appelle, pour une couverture d'assurance, quoi. Il me dit, il me pose une question un peu qui est la plus bête possible, quoi. Il me dit, ben, que lui, il vend les grains dans les pays africains, les trucs. Pourquoi est-ce que, si je suis intelligent pour venir apprendre tout ceci dans ce pays, pourquoi est-ce que je ne m'intéresse pas au problème des, comment on appelle là, des problèmes de l'agriculture? Il dit, si nous on était des Africains, qu'on va plus se focaliser pour faire des recherches sur la culture, les grains et autres, qu'ils trouvent bizarre que nous, les pays africains, ils doivent exporter aux pays africains, alors que c'est le sommet 24 heures sur 24. Donc, je ne sais pas si ça tient une bonne conclusion pour le truc de ce soir. Oui, le PhD, moi, je l'encourage. Si quelqu'un veut, 100%, I'm all for it. But also be best for us to maybe focus on different things, right? Just science and everything. So, on doit avoir un truc, une vision plus large, quoi, des besoins des pays africains.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Idriss. Je vais donner la parole à Miss Fitness.
Oh no, it's okay because some things don't sit right with my spirit, especially when I hear a lot of biases that people want to take as generalities, and then when I speak my mind, people get offended. So yeah.
Can you say a word for the young generation about the PhD? Just forget about us here right now.
told you I'm a big supporter. I write recommendation. Go for your PhD. I will mentor you. I've said it. Don't listen to naysayers. Your life story is not anybody else's life story. And again, do things out of passion, not for the money. Because at the end of the day, people who do things for the money are the ones who are destroying our planet. But when you do things out of passion, a doctor that treats people out of passion is different. And I think all of us here, when you get sick, you want that doctor, you want that doctor that went to medical school, not because they wanted to drive a Lamborghini, but because they wanted to heal people. So, yeah, I'm team PhD to the day I die, and I have 4 of them.
Kitmulu.
So
Thank you
that's
so much, Miss Sweetness. Euh, la force tranquille.
Ouais, merci, Black Warrior. Moi, le seul conseil que je pourrais donner, c'est que pour maintenant, vu l'économie et la situation actuelle que nous avons dans notre pays, je pense que le PhD n'est pas, euh, n'est pas quelque chose que moi je conseillerais à nos jeunes de suivre. Bon, s'ils veulent le faire parce qu'ils veulent être des chercheurs ou bien parce qu'ils veulent, je ne sais pas, qu'ils aillent, mais s'ils veulent survivre et qu'ils veulent innover, qu'ils oublient le PhD. Ils peuvent faire le PhD après, mais s'ils veulent développer le pays ou bien ils veulent entreprendre des choses, le PhD est un perdant, à mon avis. Ça ne mène à rien. S'il faut juste avoir le nom qu'on a le PhD ou bien se faire respecter ou bien se faire appeler docteur, bon, qu'ils aillent faire le PhD, tu vois. Parce que moi-même, j'ai failli commettre la même erreur, heureusement. Mais hey, en fin de journée, it's all about our personal choices, you know. You do something today, you reap it tomorrow. So let them go for the PhD. They're gonna eat the PhD tomorrow. You know, that's just the bottom line. So yeah.
Thank you so much, La force tranquille. Soft Tech.
Euh, déjà, c'est sympa de réveiller la conscience des uns et des autres. But personally, I will sign out my login words. I would say education is like you need money to be educated. That's clear need. So, what I would say is like, dear junior sister, dear junior brother, check what's your background. Can your parents afford your PhD after your master's? Yes or no? If they can, go, and you have the passion, go in for it. If they cannot, can you do it yourself, like part time? If you can, you have the passion, go in for it. In the other case, if you cannot, if you see like you're gonna have like a kind of job to have your daily bread, okay, go in for it. You can still have a, like, let's say a PhD at 30 years old. There's no age. So what I would say is like most important things is to check your background and plan your life. So that's my award.
Thank you so much, Soft Talk. And if you read the messages of Miss Fitness out down there, she was saying that um, many PhDs are not funded by our parents or our families. We have scholarships for PhD. There are a lot of
Yeah,
things
of
out
course.
there.
When I say Kadea afford, it's not like the tuition fees. Like when you're going for studies, like you need to take care of yourself. It's not like you can neglect that. You need to take care of yourself. Like if you have a part-time job, you can afford everything. It's not that sufficient. Depending on the countries, maybe in the United States it's possible, but in Europe it's not that easy. I'm talking because I'm in Europe. In Europe it's not that easy. I know Canada, United States for PhD is like a bit simple, but like Europe is difficult. It's very, very difficult in Europe. They're like, you have less for scholarship in PhD in Europe than America. So that was what I was trying to say.
Thank you so much, Soft Talk. Let code.
Yeah. So for conclusion, I would say PhD in Africa is good, but don't do it because you are forced to do it. Do it because you like what you are doing. It's just as everything in life. Don't go for something because you are forced to do it. Do it because you have a purpose for that thing. So if for the young generation, if you want to do the PhD, go for it if you are passionate about research. Go for it if you are passionate about a specific domain that you want to do the research on it. Don't go for it because you are forced to do the research. Don't go for it because maybe you want to have a job at the end of the day. I said, if for example you are doing fields like mathematics or whatever, and after 3 to 4 years you can't find a job in other fields, do what they call professional reconversion. You change your skill, you learn new skills and move to a different field.
Mm-hmm.
You already have a background that you can navigate in many different domains. So don't, because you don't have anything, you force yourself to do a PhD because you don't like it. And if you are doing a PhD in Africa, do it to solve African problems. Don't do the PhD in Africa to solve other people's problems. Do a PhD in Africa to solve African problems. So that's what I would say.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Let Code. Um, G4 Jallo, my brother, you have the honor to close the live.
Okay. Thank you for giving me the privilege and opportunity to like interact with a lot of professional, like-minded African brothers from. I'm seeing the group is filled with my Cameroonian brothers. I used to have nice friends from Cameroon when I was in Gamal Abdel Nasser University of Conakry. Most of my students, I mean my colleagues there were Cameroonians. I know you are nice people, very wonderful. So now my submission here is that I will not say anything here that no one has said, but I will want to like throw a little light on the opportunities that the American people have here as compared to Africans. You know, most of us here are now in the West. We should not be blinded by what we see here. Let's think of exactly how our countries are. If you were if you left the country 1 year ago or 2 years ago, just know that things have got more worse. We have got more people who have graduated, who are confused, I don't know, and don't know what to do. And here in America, when you arrive at high school, you have the opportunity to look at what you like to do, and then you pursue it at higher education. But in our countries back home, like me, like some of us, for example, we never had the opportunity of having even somebody who can direct you. Okay, you have to do this thing, you have to study this thing, this will be good for you. I am the first generation of people in my family to have entered into university. Who should I ask for guidance? I don't have. So I would just have to like, I don't have passion. I just like have to pray to God and do whatever I think my mind gives me, whether it's good for me or not. So these are the realities back home in Africa as compared to here, when you have an opportunity to like know first what is your passion and try to do something to improve on that. So that is one. And secondly, I would say I would encourage people to do PhD, but like you have said in your resume, that do it with reason, whatever reason. If you see yourself not having a job within the next 1-2 years, and you have an opportunity to keep yourself busy doing that, that is an enough reason to like capacitate yourself to learn more new things, to meet new people, to connect with new people, maybe to travel or to go to new places and interact with people, improve your connection. That is a good reason. You know what I mean? If you think, okay, this one will help you in your job, maybe if you are a lecturer or you have a passion of being an academic in your field, because if you are an academic, You want to be a lecturer, for example, at the university. My brother, don't sit there with your degree, with your master's alone. You have to be grounded. You have to go to school. In fact, these academic baggages are for you. You should not sit there and look at your students graduating, having PhD, then you think you can protect your office. No. So if it is for your job, you have to do it. Just have a reason, and when you have that reason, you have a passion to do it, and make sure you do it correctly. It will be helpful to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for everybody who participated in this live. Thank you for your wonderful contribution. Um, we are building a strong community of Africans in tech. So if you are interested about any domain in IT or technology, feel free to join our community. All you need to do is to click on the link on my bio, bitcan.ai/Africa Tech, and it's going to open a page with many other links. You have the link for our online platform, you have the link for our WhatsApp and our Telegram. We are happy to have you, and we offering free training, right, to get you started in tech. And we also have the academy offering specialized training to start your tech journey. So, thank you, everyone. Wishing you a wonderful night or a wonderful day, depending on where you're watching us from. Um, we see you next time on our next Tech Talk, probably within the week. Take care and stay safe. Bye bye.
Bye.